Good afternoon. We're
afternoon.
getting restarted here on the workshop. Want to recognize all the progress that's been made this morning. The status reports on each capital project from the team have been excellent, and the questions have been superb, and I think they've been very valuable at moving you further and further towards everything you need to know to make those prioritization decisions, which we'll do after the status reports updates on the last two capital projects. Then I'll move into the prioritization discussion. So our last two, which flowed from the research, are sea level rise and stormwater. And so whichever member of the team has got one or two of those,
Kent isn't in yet.
that would be great. And once we have those updates to you, then obviously ask questions that you want to ask, and then we can discuss prioritization of capital projects, scheduling, implementation. Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Are we ready to get started? Yep. So the last two slides, I'm going to kind of take them together because sea level rise isn't really a capital project, but it does inform a lot of capital projects. So we're going to start with sea level rise. As we've discussed so many times, a healthy dune is our first line of defense against storm surge during a hurricane, or even some of these very serious winter storms that we've had over the last few years that have served to eat away at our beach width and leave what we call scarping in technical terms, but you guys call a cliff that you fall off before you get to the water. So then some places on our beach, those can get to be as much as 10 feet tall. We try to take care of those with our beach raking and that sort of thing. So that's one of the things. The biggest threat that we have from sea level rise, we find along our interface with the intracoastal waterway. Some of those problems we can address with increasing seawall cap heights, especially as it addresses king tide, which has gotten more severe over the last couple of years. We're seeing higher water levels during king tide than we had seen previously. And I put these two particular pictures on this slide to show you that the top picture is Marine Way in 2019 during the king tide. That is taken from right near the deck at deck 84, which up until the last 2 years, deck 84 had never been actually subject to inundation by king tide. So the bottom slide, that is a picture of a tiger dam. And we have this year invested in a more than 700-foot long tiger dam that when it gets to mid-September and time for king tide to happen this year, we'll be deploying that all the way from the bridge at Atlantic across the front by the docks at deck 84 all the way to the New City Marina. We built a very small little berm that it will tie into, and that we're going to try to at least this year, when the news crews show up to do the king tide report at North Marine Way, they'll be able to take a picture of something we're doing to try to be helpful.
Perfect.
So that will be deployed. Now, the one thing that is really important for everybody to understand with sea level rise comes along with that an increase in the level of our groundwater. So especially along places along Veterans Park, along North Marine Way, even though we deploy something, we've increased seawall height, we're going to deploy the Tiger Dam so that the tide won't overtop at the edge of the interface, there's still going to be seepage and flooding that happens in that area from groundwater coming up underneath the land. And that is something that is going to be a bigger and bigger problem for us as sea level rise continues to happen. And something that we're going to discuss again in a little bit. So as we look at the rate that sea level rise is occurring, there's, there was a time when the scientists didn't even all agree that it was happening. They all agree it's happening now, but they do not agree on at what rate. So we've looked at all of the different, every year when they come out with their new projections, they say it's happening a little bit faster than what they thought it was happening at the year before. So we are trying to continuously adjust to the timing and what's the word I want? I don't want to use severity, but the amount of the infrastructure improvements that we make based on the sea level rise to ensure that we're not doing more than is necessary earlier than necessary, so that the timing of the improvements that we are making keeps in time with sea level rise, so that I got an email from someone this morning that said a 20-foot high seawall in Miami.
Yeah, I
Well,
saw
we
that.
don't want to require people to put a 20-foot tall seawall behind their house if it's going to be 75 years from now, that would be a required something to happen. Based more or less on, you bought a waterfront home because you want to see the water and enjoy it. So we don't want to diminish the people's enjoyable use of their property too far in advance. That being said, we're at a point where we have to start planning ahead for sea level rise and how that is going to impact our environment. So the few things that we do to take care of that, if you want to change to the next slide, I'm just going to slip right into stormwater management. We did, back in 2018 was a big planning year for us. So we did our stormwater management plan in 2018. We also did a seawall vulnerability assessment. I know that you're all familiar with those products, but they outlined about $380 million worth of improvements that we need to make in the watershed over the next 30 years. So we are currently working on doing additional stormwater modeling to see how soon each of those improvements needs to happen. As an example, I will talk about the Tropic Isle neighborhood, where that is, of the $380 million, about $170 million of that was targeted for that one neighborhood alone, because it's on very, very low. The roadways are low and flat. There's no crown to the road in those areas. And small pumping stations. So there's a lot that needs to be happening. Just finishing up with the first, because all of the issues there, instead of right to have the engineering consultant with their thing for the city, but it outlines all of the issues that are there and talks about to do things, because in that neighborhood across the next 30 years, we'll need to build several stormwater pumping stations. We'll need to raise the roadways from where they are 1.5 feet. We'll need to do a number of other types of the stormwater pipes and outlets will need to change and be increased in size. But if we were to go in there now and raise the roadway 1.5 feet in height, the roadway is now going to be a steep climb up from the people's house to get to the to get to the road. So the driveways are very short. There's not space for us to achieve that. So we'll be looking at doing incremental improvements over a number of years to get to that final place where we need to be. In the meantime, the homeowners are going to have issues with needing to raise the
Foundation.
the foundation of their houses and properties to meet that. So these are some of the very, very important considerations that we have to make over the next few years. And as far as you as an elected commission go, it's going to mean some very difficult decisions for you based on what level of service that we want to provide to the residents of the city. Right now, we have looked at providing a level of service of 0, which means that there's no flooding, there's no puddling or ponding at the end of anybody's driveway, that it rains, the water goes into the swales, it stays there for 3 hours or less, and it's off the waterway, and everything is bright and spanky clean again, and yay, Delray. We will not, I am telling you from right now today, we will not be able to continue to achieve that level of service. So from a commissioner's standpoint, we'll be looking to you to help us determine what is an acceptable level of service and how much the city is wanting to put toward engineering solutions to these really daunting problems. One thing I can tell you is that we're getting ready to undertake a stormwater utility rate study. Right now, we pay for a lot of things through the stormwater utility assessment, which comes on your annual tax bill. We do not want to change that to a monthly billing that would come with the utility bill. Having it on the taxes is hugely in the city's benefit, and it's hard to get that done. So that's something that we already have going in our favor. But right now, each residential unit pays the same blanket utility rate, whether you are a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in Osceola Park that doesn't have a lot of stormwater utility needs, or you're a 32-room house on the barrier island that has enormous stormwater management needs. You pay about the same rate. So we'll be looking at changing it from being a residential unit to looking at the amount of impervious surface that is caused by a particular home, to try to spread that out and have the people who use the services pay for the services.
So what is the benefit of having it on the tax bill versus a month to month? You said we don't want to change that. It's beneficial to the city to have it on the tax bill. Can you go into detail as to why?
If somebody doesn't pay their water bill, we can shut off their water.
Okay.
If somebody doesn't pay their stormwater bill, we are stuck. There's nothing we can do. We can't all of a sudden make their house flood or not provide them with that same protection. We don't have that same protection in a stormwater rate that you would on a service that you're providing like that. So on a tax bill, if they don't pay their taxes, there's a lien that happens
Gotcha.
on their house, and over a number of years, we will still get our money back.
So it's a higher priority for the owners of the properties, is what you're basically saying. So we get that money almost 100%.
Yes,
versus in
we
another
will always
situation
get
we
our
may
money
not.
back for that.
Got it.
We won't lose money on it.
Okay. And then the other question, are you finished? Are you ready for
The only other
questions?
thing I was going to mention is that there are a lot of stormwater grants out there. We are stepping up our efforts with various engineering firms helping us do those applications. And we are looking at every opportunity possible to use other people's money to build our improvements. So just to help you understand that as well.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I think that, even though this is not at the top of the list, sea level rise is probably one of our more important issues and topics. It's just when you're balancing it against the things that you want to get done quickly and fast, that's the reason why this didn't rise to the top of my list and it was more towards the bottom. It doesn't make it any less important. In fact, it might even be more important, because if we don't do these things, we're not going to have a city, so the rest of the stuff in front of it won't matter. So it's good to keep an eye on this and to continue to move forward, and I think that Delray Beach has, you know, for as long as I've been an elected official, this has been always an issue that's being addressed every single year, and one of the things I think we've done very well is to get the message out to our citizens through education and art and all different sorts of things that we've done over the years. So let's continue that, because again, the more educated our constituency is, the easier it will be to be able to sell them on the things that are coming down the pipeline, and these are going to cost money, of course. But we're talking about we were talking about the roads, and I know that that's not something that we're going to be dealing with like in the next, let's say, 18 months for the most part. But we, like you said, there is an issue that we do need to deal with right away, and that is that we have low-lying seawalls that are part of a system that are not city seawalls. And so to encourage our homeowners or business owners that have their businesses and homes up against the seawalls that are actually lower, we need to figure out how to encourage them to get these up so that that becomes less of an issue for us going forward. And I would suggest, you know, because there are other areas much lower than we are that have already dealt with this, have already gone through the process. They have done the stick and the carrot. They probably could give us guidance as to which is the better way, providing an incentive on the upside. On the backside, the stick is, we're going to do it for you and it's going to cost you more, that type of thing. But regardless, I think that that's where we're at in trying to, you know, encourage that part of it
Right.
coming forward as well.
I
And
appreciate
just one
you
more thing,
bringing that up.
I love that you have this tiger thing. That is so important for our constituency to see, that we're not just sitting back and letting this happen. We are actually doing proactive things until we get our seawall from Veterans Park to the marina done. We are doing something to help out those that are, you know, along there. So I say kudos to you on that.
Well, thank you. One of the things that you brought up that I should have is that we have done a lot of research on how other communities are dealing with this issue. One of the things that is interesting is that Little Delray Beach is pretty far ahead.
We are.
Of almost everyone else. But we do have a draft ordinance ready for dealing with the seawall height issue and how we're going to propose that to commission for passage. We expect to bring that to the planning board in late summer, either late July or August. And then it'll be coming to you guys before the fall, so.
Beautiful. Well, you guys are, again, a couple of steps ahead. And again, we're leading, I think, in most of the surrounding areas in what we're doing. And I say, great, let's continue to be that leader, because we'll
And I
be that
just
much further
assumed
ahead.
this was at the bottom of the list because all the confidence you had in us.
Well, that's
so
exactly what it is, Missy, you know?
That's how I'm going to take it.
There you go. Anyone else? No?
I'm hesitant. I don't want anyone to think I'm flipping off or saying, well, you bought over there and you knew what you were up against. But for people who are coming into the city now, we have a great rising influx of people due to COVID. I think that somehow or another there should be something to force the new homeowners or prospective homeowners to understand, if you're going to buy in a certain locale in the city of Delray Beach, you might not be aware of the fact that you're buying into an area, because we've had drought, we've had no rain, there's no water sitting, and they come in and they see this beautiful home. I'm going to pick on the Barrier Island, and once it rains, it starts flooding, and oh my God, nobody told me. I think somewhere or another there should be some kind of brochure that the realtors are forced to hand them, and when they're settling on their property, they are made aware that you are in an area that is prone to flooding, and the city is not responsible for helping you raise your house, helping you do the groundwater prevention. We're doing our best to eliminate, but that's a force of nature, and you should educate yourself. And I think it's up to us to try and help educate them.
I'm going to piggyback on that because I think that is the most important part of what we're even talking about here. Again, we are going to be slipping a little further into, not really delivering the level of service that we have in the past through no fault of the cities. And there's going to be a time where people are going to start thinking that we're just not doing our job. We're not, we don't have the vacuum cleaners out there sucking up the water quick enough or something. That's kind of how sometimes people think of what we're doing. So I think it really is so important what Vice Mayor Johnson just said, in that we need to get that message out sooner than later, because it's not just those that are coming in, it's those that have been here for 30 years and says it's never happened before.
Yeah.
But they don't understand that water is rising, that table is rising below, which doesn't allow for the water to absorb. I have it happening in my own neighborhood,
Yes.
and now it has nowhere to go. And
Right.
so it sits, it stagnates, but, we start to get mosquitoes as a result because they're breeding, and it is becoming a little bit more like the days way back before people developed,
Yeah.
because of what is happening with our table, the water table. So we need to get that out. I
We
agree.
do,
We've done a very good job in doing education seminars, workshops, whatever, charrettes, to educate the current homeowners to the flood insurance changes that are about. If I hadn't been at one of the League of Cities meetings, I would not have known. We haven't, as far as I know, we haven't done anything.
No, we haven't done a public meeting yet about the new FEMA flood maps, which you heard from Anthea a great deal about at commission on Tuesday night. We have not. The flood maps are not really anything new to city staff. We knew these changes were coming, and our stormwater master plan does address that, which, just like any other master plan, the stormwater master plan is a living document. It gets updated every 5 years, so this coming year is not a year for us to update that, but the next year is. Over the last couple of years, because of the stormwater planning that we have done, we've been able to lower the community's flood rating from down to a 6 from, it was
Eight.
at a high
8 or
8
9.
when we first started with this effort. So that so far is saving people about 20% on their flood insurance. But as the new people come in, I agree, we have actually got an ask in the CIP budget this year for a stormwater education program that would be twofold, both to provide that stormwater education that you asked for, but we also want to do something a little fun and have a call to artists for artists to paint some of our storm drains in the downtown area, to let people know that if you throw your cigarette butt in there, it goes straight to the ocean. So, so there's some
PR.
interesting things that we'd like to do to bring stormwater more to the forefront of everybody's attention, because it is going to be more and more important
Yep.
as the years go on.
Thank you.
So that concludes all of the status reports on all the capital projects that were identified in the research phase. And now we would move on to a discussion on prioritization of the capital projects. If you could please pull this sheet out that all of you have. It's in a separate handout. It's also in the PowerPoint. And that way you have it in front of you, the major findings, capital projects.
It's right here.
And of course, you have several different ways, to go about this. You could say, hey, let's do them all, let's do them now. I don't know that that's necessarily the best route. It's great to be the federal government. They don't have a separate capital budget. Why? They don't have to balance their budget. So, but generally localities have to prioritize and use the CIP and schedule things. It's advantageous, we all know, in terms of planning and financing and delivery, to have a specific schedule and prioritization of capital projects. So Another way to go at this is you could go, hey, let me kind of include different groups of these in different tiers, you know, and say, hey, here are the first tier, the top priority projects. The others are important to us too, and we'll get to them and we'll focus on them too. But you know, they would come in the next group or category. It's really whatever you find to be the best as policymakers' approach to ensuring that the objectives you identify and confirm as objectives that need to go into a strategic plan and need to continue to receive the focus, the energy, the leadership of the team, you know, that they're being properly prioritized. So, and once again, this is just to get a, you know, a good consensus of the board, you know, as to, you know, what should happen when here, looking at the 13 priorities that flowed from the research phase of the goal-setting strategic planning process. So I'd open it up for discussion as to how you might like to approach this. In terms of the dozen different capital project priorities. You know, today we're trying to do the prioritization, and then tomorrow more operationalize, implement, you know. And
Are you asking us a question?
Yes, I
Okay.
apologize.
So I'm sorry, I didn't really quite understand what you were asking.
Yeah, I'm
Just-
asking is, you know, of the 12 here,
Yep.
you know, there's different approaches we could all take, right? We could say, well, let's do all 12, let's do them all now.
Are we talking about
we
the-
could-
We're on capital.
Capital imp-
31.
Are you talking
Yes,
about major
Major
improvements?
findings, capital projects.
Okay.
Major findings, capital projects. We're still in
Gotcha.
the capital project phase. And we went through the research. Hey, these were the ones that came back through the interviews and the electronic survey you completed.
Yep.
Then you just received status updates. You asked excellent questions. Now everyone has a real-time understanding of what it would take to move that project forward and when it might be best. So, you know, considering all that, how would you like to proceed on these 12?
So our goal when we were establishing the agenda was to try to hone in on basically the commission's top 4 to 5. And that's going to create our action plan for the next year and a half or so. So that's what we're trying to whittle it down to for staff purposes. What are your top 4 or 5?
Well, I would have to say, leading out, since we all, I thought, it looked like we had the top 4 or 5 in order originally. However, the water treatment, I think, plant, we had all kind of thought as being one of the tops. So I don't think that moves from the top position. Unless there's anybody that feels differently. And then I wasn't here when you were talking about the new city hall, but Pompey Park is something that I think we've been going forward with for quite some time, and I think it is a top priority if I'm not mistaken. I know that there are issues that are on here that may be more in need, but I know that we are also trying to deliver for our constituency as well. So I don't know what anybody else feels about those two, but I'd have those two kind of towards the top. And of course, we have promised and promised and promised in the facility that we're in right now, the golf course. And I know that, again, that's just we keep, you know, kind of kicking that can down the road and we don't get it done. You know, I think that we said to put on hold because we want to get some more information, but I think it still needs to be kind of up there, otherwise we're just never going to get it done. So, go ahead.
I'll jump in. My top 5 had just shifted a little bit from our discussion today, and it's really just police and station and city hall swapping. So it remains our water treatment, second, our IT e-government, third, Pompeii, and I think that's a big part of, it is some, you know, a lot further along, then police station, then city hall. That would be my order.
But you still have the top, they're all in the top 5. The top 5
Yeah.
on this list is your top 5 too. Looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah, that's accurate,
Okay.
yes.
Anyone else?
I have water as top. I have Pompeii because that's something we've discussed. IT is 3, but I would move that up to 2. I think that's critically important in government. And then, based on our conversation, I still want to focus on the golf course. And I think the streets repair and replacement is also important.
Vice Mayor?
Do we have to settle on 5?
There's nothing.
I gave 6, but
There's nothing magical, obviously, there's nothing in the United States Constitution requiring it.
Well, in that case, I have a top
It's
12.
just.
Top 12 also, I mean,
That's what-
sky's the limit.
That's what was wonderful though today about the real-time status updates from the team is you gain an even greater understanding of what's involved to make each project happen and what the key decisional variables are for your analysis, so.
And the reason I say that is not to be comical. We have kicked these things down the road so long that now they've all risen to the top of the list. You could take the stormwater. If we don't do something with the stormwater, we're going to flood. No city of Delray Beach. That should be number 1. You want to have the city, don't you? How can we build a city hall if we don't have a city? So I think we can do it all. I think we're capable of doing it all.
Well, I
So-
think there are also a couple of things that we can consider. Tomorrow, we intend to basically take whatever our lists are, and we're going to talk through a little bit more implementation plans. But something to consider is, we could identify our top 5 today, and the balance doesn't mean we're not just working on it. It doesn't mean we're just putting it in a parking lot forever. It could be that we have kind of tiers to this. So these are our top 5 priorities, and then the next 3 or 4 could be, we're still doing the research phases, we're still doing the funding phases and planning phases. So just keep some of that in mind. It doesn't mean that if it's not top 5, it's just gone by the wayside, so.
Could I make a
It
suggestion?
certainly means there will be activity on each issue.
Right.
Sure.
And then the other thing with capital projects is, if you make the promise, you better deliver.
Right.
So.
I
that's
agree.
another reason to
So,
prioritize.
and that's, I think, if I may make a suggestion, can we do this the opposite way and take off the things that we know we're not going to? No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
Emergency Operations Center, we don't even have a location or a real sense.
Well, unless we wanted to include that in the city hall concept.
But we can't,
But that's something to be talked about
Yeah.
in the future, because that'll probably come in that planning process.
Right.
In order to be able to incorporate it or not. I think that, I agree that when we have this
some of these we
list,
can take right off, and then we're
And-
dealing with a smaller.
and by the way,
And you
you're,
could still direct, I apologize.
Yeah.
Direct some action on it. In other
Right.
words, hey, I'm asking the
See-
team to come back with a fuller analysis of that so that we have even more information to make a decision on that. So it's
Right.
not like.
I mean, we're
all of
already.
these are either build or don't build and
Yeah.
do it today.
Right.
Well, but
Right.
like Pompey Park, we're already going down that path. We've
Right.
already got that in a planning stage. We're already past that. We're really at that point where we're gonna be breaking ground because we're down the path, much further than we are on the police station or City Hall.
Right.
Because
And-
we have not done any of the planning, we've done none of the looking for money, we've
Right.
done none of that. So
And-
to me, it's hard for me to put City Hall and the police station in the top.
I'm so sorry.
Because
I don't-
in the next 12 months, it's not, I mean, I want to put it in there in order to be able to start that process. But
Right.
it's going to take time to get it, we're going to go through,
Correct.
So,
And-
so to me, it's not building that in the next year.
Right,
It's not
and
happening.
if I may complete my statement.
I'm sorry.
I don't disagree that we need that facility, I 100% agree. But I think you're correct, it needs to be in another facility, and we don't even know what that looks like. Yet we
Right.
have, working the plans for the Gulf. So, I mean, and we're working the plans for Pompeii. So it would seem reasonable, because we're already in process, that those rise to the top. IT appears to be a priority, and I think that should be at the very top, along with water and wastewater as well. So we're in a bit of a bind, but, no, I don't, but I think we can take some off that we can say are next year's projects.
Sure.
Reasonably, while the chief is working on that, considering where that location could be and how to,
Exactly. And I threw that option out earlier. I couldn't agree more that you can kind of go, hey, here are the top priority and more immediate. We want action on these, and then here are others that are still gonna require further analysis and are longer term in terms of actually making a decision, do it or don't do it today, you know?
Right.
Yes, sir.
So for me, there's a few items on this list that we're gonna be doing something every year forever.
Right.
Street repair and replacement, sea level
Right.
rise, stormwater, but then there's others that
Parks.
really do have a
Parks and
beginning and an end.
Recreation.
They-
Yeah.
Parks and, right,
Right.
improvement Parks
Exactly.
and Rec, but there are projects on here that have a beginning and an end, so if I had to stretch to 6, the golf course would jump onto the list, and hopefully
Yeah.
we fund that creatively, right, through a P3.
Right.
But man, I've toured that police station, and even hearing a few of the anecdotes from, from today, especially in regards to the hood and where that empties out, I mean, it really needs to be a top, top priority.
We agree.
So I think we're pretty close.
So pretty good consensus, I apologize, I'll be a second, let me, pretty good consensus on the water treatment
Yes,
being in the top.
right.
Pretty good consensus on
IT,
IT
Yeah.
being in the top,
Pompey Park.
Pompey Park.
Park should be off the list, we're already doing it, right?
No, you have to still keep it on
Please
there.
forgive my handwriting, by the way, my penmanship is not exemplary.
Police, police.
Police
Can we
department,
put police fire, maybe put police fire? If we're building one, we can also.
Are you saying
talk
emergency
about it.
operations would be in the
And
police?
New
City
City
Hall.
Hall,
So I have
Okay.
water treatment, IT,
and then golf.
water treatment, number 1, ITE, gov, number 2, News City Hall /EOC. I took Pompey off, so I've got to put it back on. Number 4, Pompey Park. Number 5 would be Police Department /Fire Department. Maybe that's a bit much, but I don't think I think we can skip rope and chew bubble gum at the same time. And then that would be 6 with the golf course. Or I really wanted golf course to be bigger.
so
I-
does.
No,
does-
no, golf course would be number 5. But no, that's not true.
Is this
1, 2,
accurately
3, that can't count.
captured?
I'm sorry, water, IT, Pompey, what do you have for 4?
Police
Okay,
and,
City
New
Hall.
City Hall, golf course, golf.
6 of them.
The 6?
but the parks and streets, we determined then we can move into our regular budget as part of our, I mean.
Right.
because-
And the goal setting strategic planning, like we discussed this morning, tends to lend itself more towards those, larger projects and bigger policy issues, to your point.
But I think maybe doing the bathrooms in our parks could jump into a slightly larger.
I'm almost picking up like this might be an issue.
Let's talk about the
I'm having fun.
wastewater treatment. That's going to happen.
Right.
Because I don't even really understand how it got on the list. Because that's a separate, we're required, we're gonna have to do it. Whether you have it on a capital improvements or not, it's gonna happen
Yes, ma'am, and there is a plan for that to happen.
already.
So, yes.
Well, I
yes.
mean, I think at some point, we're going to have to start talking about funding for all of this. Because there is not necessarily, we don't have any funding plans firmed up for example, the water treatment plant or even for Pompey Park or PD or the City Hall. So anyways, so tomorrow, we're going to have a lot of conversations related to the funding, because as we prioritize this, now we know where we can start looking at that and organizing that for the commission's consideration. John has a big day tomorrow.
So is there consensus on these as the big
Would you
six
read them again,
capital
please?
projects?
I
Would
would
you
say
read them
yes.
To
again?
structure the discussion for tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
but-
These 6 would be water treatment, IT, Pompey Park, police, department building, New City Hall, golf course.
Of course.
But we need wastewater on that as well, I think. Wastewater treatment needs to be on that list.
But I think that's
Do we have
part and
consensus?
parcel to the funding coming from the waste treatment plant, correct? Don't we have?
Jennifer is saying we need to include it if
Oh.
we want the money.
No, and to the commissioner's point, I mean, there's different funding
Right.
pools for, and
So
sources for
add
different
it as a
types of projects. so
seventh thing, and we'll talk about the funding of that tomorrow.
Any objection on that? or-
No, because you know what, it has to be done. It's not even
It
like,
doesn't-
it's
it's
not
not
something
an
that we
option.
can just say, we don't really want to do it for another 10 years. It's happening. So I would say that it would be good to at least talk about
Okay.
how we're going to fund it.
Okay,
It's got to be in there.
Off we go.
All right.
Huh?
So just to reiterate, close out, consensus on capital projects, as a result of this discussion today, and the prioritization focus today being water treatment, IT, Pompey Park, police department building, new city hall, golf course, wastewater.
Yep.
Ed/EOC for the city hall.
Okay.
Huh?
Please.
Well, I know that you all have discussed like a campus concept, so that's certainly not impossible based on the discussion we had earlier. Okay, so we've got that for tomorrow's discussion, correct? We've got our 7 priorities. Yeah, once again, doesn't mean that there's not going to be continuing teamwork on the other issues, opportunities that may arise, other workshops, action, research, analysis. But it in terms of selecting objectives that allow us to then operationalize them tomorrow and address the big elements of action plans for each objective to make them possible, this tees us up very nicely for tomorrow then. So bravo. Bravo.
Yay.
Yeah, once again, one thing I like about when we do things this way is it's so collaborative. You have everyone in the room together at one time. The team is giving you the real-time, continuous, most accurate, comprehensive information, decisional variables. You're getting to ask the right questions and do the right analysis, and it really helps move things forward. So now we're going to shift to the second category that we conversed about during the research, and that is the prioritization when it comes to policies, programs, services. And each member of the team will be giving a status update, status report on each of those issues right now. So whoever's the lead off with the first on the policy programs.
All right,
Good
Sarah,
afternoon.
you ready?
Sarah Maxfield. Hopefully everyone's wide awake after that really nice lunch that we had. So thank you to the staff here because it was very, very tasty. Those of you that I have not yet met, I've been in this role now. Tomorrow will be a month. So I have done my best to hit the ground running and understand kind of where we are and where we hope to go as a community. The staff here has been incredibly welcoming and really, really bright and helpful, and I so appreciate that. So thank you again to the senior and all other staff for welcoming me so graciously. I have a long experience with economic development. The last community I was in executive director for the public-private partnership that did economic development and the Port Authority. It was a smaller university community, about the same size as Delray Beach, and so I'm not completely unfamiliar with some of the opportunities and the challenges that come with that. For me, economic development really is about retaining and creating jobs and opportunities for our citizens, providing venues for economic growth. But at the core base of it, the bottom is what are we doing to enhance the lives of our citizens and the folks that live here and allow them to enjoy all of the wonderful amenities that we offer here as a community. Basic economic development is a three-legged stool, as I've put in my slide. You've got sites, you've got workforce, and then you've got programs and policies to help facilitate growth. And that's really what I'm going to be talking about a little bit today. I don't have a status report because I'm still finding bits and pieces and breadcrumbs of what's been done in the past, and there's no real central location for me to find what you all have done, what your goals in the past have been. So in a way, it's a huge opportunity because we have a clean slate. We can develop programs the way that we want to, look at where we are as a community now and what we would like to accomplish and what our citizens need, and go from there. So that's what I'm hoping we can come away with is some basic priorities that I can sink my teeth into in the next few months. The sites, from what I've gathered, we've got some themes that have come up in some of my research here, and that's the Congress Avenue corridor. There's been a lot of talk about what the possibilities are there. It is definitely ripe for smart and really impactful development that we can guide as a community rather than being dragged along by whichever developer comes out of the woodwork to do this, that, and the other. The South County Admin Complex, which has been mentioned multiple times today, I think there's an opportunity there. We are currently engaged with the county team to see what that might look like. If as a city, we have some things that we'd like to see go onto that site where there's rail access to highway and other amenities. There's certainly could be more efficient use of that property. There's, I think, 27 acres, if that's accurate, Duncan. Is it 27? I think 27 acres available there. So co-location of services, potential additional commercial development, all possibilities there. And then the next point I have here is that really what I hope to be able to do and really look to everyone to help me to be able to do is inventory those available sites. So those areas of the city that you would like to see some infill development, what you would like to see there, what commercial sites are available. I really don't have a clearinghouse or a list of all of that, and that really is step one for us to determine what we'd like to see and where we're going. Workforce, huge component, and traditionally, best practice economic development, we focus on developing a workforce that fits with our businesses. We would like to spend our resources facilitating job growth in those sectors that offer living and high-wage jobs. What I have noticed in my research here is there's a significant over-reliance with our community on low-wage jobs, and that can be a problem. We want to see diversification in the economy to make it as strong as possible, as recession-proof as possible. There's no such thing, but the more diversity that you have, the better you're going to be. And I think that nothing brought this point home more for many Florida communities than the pandemic. Many Florida communities had a very significant reliance on tourism and retail trade, and they saw what that did during the last year and a half, what that did to their economy and to their businesses. So we want to probably look at some strategies to diversify a little bit more, still keep those sectors strong and support those sectors where it makes sense, but also look at some other sectors that are low-hanging fruit opportunities that we really should be cluing in on. And then, of course, the final leg of the stool, which is where we come in, is the policies and the programming. Some planning needs to be done, some real dig deep into the data, making some decisions based off of the data and not our emotions and what we would like to see, but to Dr. Saviak's point, what is within the realm of real possibility and somewhere we can shine and grow for the future. So we need to look at those incentive policies. Again, in my research, I saw some historical evidence that there has been some incentive programs through the city in the past. I can't really tell if they're still there or they've been extinguished. I have a few outlines and a few resolutions, but I'm still digging through that to see where we are. But really, without some incentives and some programming that supports entrepreneurials and business, we don't really have a program, so we really need to focus on that. So what I would say to the commission is, as we're hammering this out, obviously resources need to be allocated towards these things. You know, if economic development really is a number one policy and programming priority, then the resources need to match that will. And to add to that some capacity, I need to be able to build out my department in order to execute these kinds of things. So with that, I will ask if anyone has any questions.
Thank you.
I'd like to encourage you to visit with or meet, if you haven't, Miss Laura Simon. She knows where the bones are buried, if it was started, if it was just a half-hearted attempt, if it was ever instituted. She's a good source.
Yep, I've connected with Laura at length. I've connected with Renee. I've connected with Stephanie, and I've connected with Joan, the last long-term economic development director you have. So I've been digging up those bones, and I've found some good nuggets, but the total picture is not yet clear.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Just to lend some, I guess, history to what you were talking about, we definitely did have some programs with respect to the economic development, trying to bring businesses in specifically up on the corridor. And we did that successfully with a couple, but I think that there was I want to say it was $1 million fund that was sitting there.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, but I think that what happened with that fund was we had COVID hit, and there was a lot of push, and directions changed a little bit, and I think that if I'm not mistaken, it was we might have taken that and in order to be able to help those that were, having issues, and I think we still might have a fund with, I want to say it was 400,000, I can't remember, that basically was to be used for advertising to draw in once COVID, ran its course, and we had a lot of empty storefronts. So I think we're at that point now.
Okay.
I mean, that's just from recollection as to where that money went and why it wasn't there. But, you're not probably going to find it, because I think that we changed it up in last year. So just check on some of those changes that were made, but that doesn't mean that we can't do that again and, figure out best practices and best ways to be able to attract business in. And I would have to tell you, I would also want to make sure that, where we are usually hustling and getting a lot of our business in, I think have suffered a tremendous, fall down. Now, let me tell you, Delray is a little different than a lot of other towns, and we're very, very popular. So we are attracting a lot of business, but I think we can always do better. So, just let us know what your needs are, and we'll figure out how to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think every community just wants to do a little bit better, and that's what I saw.
Absolutely.
I had a lot of different opportunities since I've moved here from Ohio, different communities I looked at, and I was very careful about right fit and wanting to be in a place that I felt would be, again, a right fit, and I could make an impact, and I chose Delray Beach as much as Delray Beach chose me. So I'm really excited to be here. I would mention that, advertising is great, but if we don't have product, what are we advertising? And we have to have the product first, and the programs help create the product. So I would suggest that that's where the funding would go. Advertising is what we all see, so we know it. We know the popcorn shop because we see it. We know these things, but the economic development that is most impactful on communities long-term is the stuff that you often don't see because it's not sexy. It's not something that makes the news until the ribbon cutting, but that's been 5 years coming of a lot of hard work between elected officials, staff, DDAs, CRAs, all those folks working together. So I would just suggest that as I'm looking at the programming that's out there currently, I don't want to duplicate anything. What I want to do is fill in where it's appropriate for the public sector to fill in. We want to incentivize those projects that would not have happened without our intervention.
Yeah. And if I may, I just think that, part of your future in your thought pattern needs to also focus on how has business changed. We are seeing a very different, floor plan of what types of businesses we're going to be attracting. If we become super homogenous, we ebb and flow with whatever happens in that particular business, whether it's hospitality. We've always had a tremendously great mix downtown that's kept us healthy in the good times and in the bad times. And I think that if you look at our city as compared to other cities and coming through the COVID, I think that we did probably fairly well as a comparison. And and that has to do with just having that great mix and keeping that balance. So, but we still need to keep our minds on the future. Are we going to have all the retail businesses that were once, banging on the doors because now people have gotten used to ordering, online? Can they make it in our downtown with the high rents and things like that? So those are some of the questions I think that we're going to be having to deal with and balance out. We never would allow, offices on Atlantic Avenue. maybe something we have to consider. There might be a space in between so that we don't have any dark space. I don't know. I know she's shaking her head, no, no, no. I don't want to go down that path either, and I don't think that we have to. But if we find ourselves with, stores just not getting filled because we just don't have it, and we become 100% hospitality, that's not healthy either. You have to kind of have that mix. So anyway, those are all questions that I think that we're all going to be grappling with in the economic development part of the equation. And so we're going to lean on you guys to, especially those that have some history here too, to bring us, what the policy should be and how we should set them. So we appreciate it.
And just so you know, my basic philosophy, as is most economic developers that are worth their weight in salt, as my mom would say, is you look at the businesses that you currently have and you help them reach their goals. So most of the job creation and the best opportunity for us to be strong is to grow what we have currently. There's a lot that goes into generating new leads and attraction, and we can work with the state and with the BDB on those kinds of efforts as well. But majority of my time, I see, unless I'm otherwise directed, will be focused on what we already have here, what's existing, and how do we help those businesses grow and expand and be what they want to be and continue to hire people and generate those dollars and continue to be part of the community that we already know we love.
Yeah, that's the.
I'd like to inject here. I'm happy to hear that you spoke with Joan. Just as she was leaving, she launched a Navigator. And after she left, Navigator didn't navigate. So if we could, I don't know if she mentioned that. It was like a baby that she gave birth to.
There's no foundational documents, so I'm trying to piece that together as well. Janet has been helpful. We've been working really closely already on workforce and trying to match students with career opportunities that are local. I did speak with her. I see it on our website. I still don't know what it is.
Yeah, it was for businesses. It wasn't student-oriented.
No, I know. She
sorry.
clued me into Joan, I
Okay.
guess was my train of
Okay,
thought.
sorry.
So it's for businesses. I know it's a concierge service, but what that entails, there's nothing there to tell me. So I'm finding out from different departments their input on that. So we'll continue to.
Sorry?
No records, no records.
It's, if you've heard a theme today, it's kind of part of our theme that we've struggled with as new employees come on and there's gaps and whatnot and trying to piece together some of that. So it's definitely a theme, but I mean, obviously, the team here has been doing a pretty good job plowing through it and making it work for us, so, but, yeah.
Understood.
But I wanted to just say two things. The first,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to touch base on that fund that we had talked about. There was that $1 million economic development fund that never was able to be used because of that. The way it was worded, it was restricted to only be able to use to match state funds. And since we never were getting those state funds, we never could tap into that. So what we did at the last budget cycle is we rescinded that restriction, we rescinded that resolution so that now that restriction was gone. We did appropriate $100,000 for this year in that partnership with DDA to kind of boost everything after COVID. And then I believe the rest of the 900 went back into fund balance as unrestricted fund balance. So am I accurate? Did I?
It's actually committed for economic development.
All right, so there we go. So we still have that balance of that 900 committed to economic development.
Hot diggity.
Woo.
There you go.
That was
There's
my
your answer.
ninja moment of the day. I did it. And thank you, Sarah. I
very
think you
welcome.
might be a great hire. I don't know who hired you, but I'm impressed.
I cannot remember her name.
I don't know. Good job.
Thanks.
Next on West Atlantic.
And Theo.
Boil sense in my coffee cups here, 'cause we're both addicts, so here we go. Okay, so the West Atlantic Master Plan is started as a CRA redevelopment plan update. We have adopted it as a city. It has not formally been adopted by the CRA. Why are you doing? Okay. So ultimately, the way that we use the document in development services is it provides guidance that we look to when somebody comes in with a new development or new proposal, something like that. We are checking for its alignment. So we are using it in that capacity. It has ideas for capital improvements in it, some changes to the streetscapes and art in the crosswalks and things that are certainly some things that, Public Works is aware of. But to be honest, the meat of this plan relies really heavily on partnerships between the city, the CRA, and many other entities. And so that's, sort of where it is. I don't see Renee, but so I'm not quite sure what you wanted me to speak to. So I'd cue that up as to what we're doing with it now and what it needs to be implemented, and then I would just like to hear from you.
That wasn't on the top of my list, so I can't really say.
Well, I mean, are we talking about just the West Atlantic redevelopment plan? Is that what you're asking with respect to what
Right,
what we should be queuing up?
I don't know. I mean, it was on the list.
And that's part of the
Help me.
opportunity of the workshop like this, is to bring greater clarity and definition to some of the issues that are identified in the research. In some cases in the research, new police department building, res ipsa loquitur, thing speaks for itself. We know exactly, where we want to head on that. Some of the other issues that were identified in the research phase, this is that great opportunity for everyone to interact and ask, okay, well, when we're talking about West Atlantic, what do we really envision as a city?
I mean, this is the most recent master plan that we've adopted, and it does have guidance towards those things. I'm wondering if it made the list because maybe there's some concern that it's not being spearheaded since it hasn't been embraced by the CRA specifically yet. Maybe that's the issue? Okay.
Sorry,
I'm good.
I can't assist you with that question.
Things don't necessarily make the list, by the way, because there's a problem or
Okay.
it's not succeeding. Things made all three categories of priorities, because it may very well be an opportunity or a need. So,
I mean, perhaps it wasn't the plan. Maybe it was more about
I'm
the
not
corridor being
I don't-
vacant.
I don't know, but all I can say is that I know that we're doing quite a bit in the CRA right now to address West Atlantic and that corridor, including trying to find businesses to fill in on the north, the areas that we have available, activating the north business corridor, but that really doesn't have too much to do with you. The only
Right.
thing I guess maybe that would be my question is that I know we just adopted this comprehensive plan in 2019 or so. How are we doing in getting all of those, rolled over into our LDRs, and what are we looking at? Are we pretty much in that, are we good keeping up, getting, through it? Is it
Okay.
lagging? Is it tough?
For the comp plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so hit the next slide.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Okay.
It's my job today.
So this fell under the keep Delray comment, and again, I'm guessing a little bit on the different topics, but the definition, at least from a planning perspective, of what Delray is are documents like the West Atlantic, master plan, and the comprehensive plan, provides guidance to us in terms of the qualities and vision that we have for the city. So when I hear keep Delray, then the concern is that we're not doing that, and that something is changing. And I think, in a state like Florida, anywhere you are, change is the only constant, right? And sometimes it's not for the better, and sometimes it is. So I think for our community, we have a lot of areas, both commercial and residential, that are largely single-family or single-story development. We have land use codes and rights on the books, and they've been on the books for decades, that allow 3- and 4-story redevelopment, and we're starting to see it because Delray's great, and everybody wants to come here. And then, off goes the 1-story house, and in comes the 3-story house, which we
Right.
never imagined anybody would actually build 3 stories. And so there's been, I think, some angst, obviously. So the couple thoughts that I had with this are that, architecture really matters. and your method of enforcing that is your boards. And so you have, when it's your turn to pick those folks, you really have to remember the qualifications that the boards are, you know, the LDRs are seeking, because we really do want knowledgeable people to help guide the face of the city as it develops over time. And then the other part of that is historic preservation. We are in the process of doing a resurvey, a new survey for the Frog Alley neighborhood, things like that, you know, are kind of starting to get the wheels rolling again, that we'll be bringing forward to you in the next year or so, which is where I learned about this opting out thing, which to me, just as your planning director, is like deciding on alternative facts. Because if you are
Thank you.
determined to be contributing, you either construct it in the period of significance, you have a certain type of architecture that's remained intact enough that it's a value, or somebody famous really stayed there or lived there, or, you know, whatever. And so that's true or it's not true. And so I've never been in a community, and I live in a historic house in a district, and yes, I have to go to a board to get things done. But it provides a level of, you know, predictability and quality and things like that. So I don't know, that's a lot of different things about keeping Delray that I'm hitting on in terms of the comp plan. We do have a lot of new directors. I actually don't think I've gotten to Sarah yet, but we will get together soon, where we have that list of short-term, midterm, long-term projects that we try to hit. You know, for development that's coming in the city now, anything that's a class 3 or above is required to be reviewed against the comprehensive plan, and those policies are in every staff report that goes forward, whether they advance one or are in conflict with one. And then the land development regulation amendments, you know, that we're going through as we go through, and you know, there's a number of those that are always in play. Dog boarding, for example, is at the top of the list right now, so it's left over some of the others. But
Right.
you know, we are definitely moving forward as much as we can, as fast as we can with the resources that we have. So you tell me anything else you want to know about.
May I ask you a question on this? You have about board appointments and how they matter. Do you think we should revise our criteria slightly when we're looking at appointments? Do you think we should even look at our professional qualifications and tighten those up a little bit? What do you think would benefit us?
So I think that right now we actually have some very strong boards. It's not always that case. Sometimes, you know, they ebb and they flow, and it's a lot of time, and it's a volunteer position.
Right.
So we can struggle for those. I think I tend to push really hard on historic preservation because there's
Right.
a dollar amount attached to maintaining that certified local government. We get grants without matching funds. So it's really important that we keep that one. And we have a great board right now. You just have a new board in place now.
You're
But
welcome.
when you get to SPRAP, Site Plan Review and Appearance Board, you know, I think part of, and I'm biased because I have an architectural education, but to me, I think that we need to be looking at the findings related to architecture and saying, is this Delray the future, or is this really not what we think is Delray, and not be afraid to push back and
love
have a
that.
higher standard.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, your board appointments need to know that from you, what you
Right.
want them to do or to look to.
So let me ask this question because it's always been at the back of my mind. It seems like we bifurcate information between the SPRAB board and the P&Z board, that one board is trying to not make a decision because, you know, they don't like what is coming next, and then the SPRAB board gets it and it's already been determined by the P&Z board moving forward. It's really disjointed, and I'm just wondering if that, I mean, we've talked about it before, I don't know how difficult it would be, but to combine those two boards, I know that one meets twice a month and one meets once a month, and sometimes that's the reason why some people put their application in for one or another board. They don't want the twice-a-month meeting. But having that as a single board, and then a secondary board being an architectural review board, because, you know, that's more specific into the look, where the other boards, it seems like it's the site plan versus what's going to be built there, and, you know, and how it relates to our LDRs. The other board is more of, hey, is this really what we want to see in our city? What are your thoughts on that?
So I remember we talked about this, and we did adjust downtown a little bit in
Yeah.
2015, because the complaint was you went to planning and zoning board and you got all your density, but
Yeah.
you didn't show how you were gonna park it, fit it, landscape
That's
it until
right.
you went to Sprab, and there was a disconnect, because then you need waivers, because you can't fit all of the units onto the piece of property, and there was this disjointed. So downtown currently, doesn't offer as much density, although some changes recently will, I think, revive this, issue. So, that one has got a holistic process, but I think maybe this would be a good topic, if we could get into it at some point, about the process for review that we do need to figure out before we program it into a new E-system.
Right.
Whether we are major, minor, administrative, is there a consolidation of boards that would be possible? Some of the things like that. I'm looking at Lynn too, because it starts to get into those things. So I think there's some opportunities for us to look at that in the next year. I think especially in advance of Intergov or something, or Acela, whatever we end up with. But
And a second question, we are doing other cities' work through our planning and zoning.
for building permitting.
For building permitting. Where do they come in? Is it just everybody's in the same stack, or is there, I'm just curious as to how we handle that.
I also think that is something we could discuss further.
So maybe we'll have a
Yeah.
workshop, see if I can get
It's
somebody
it's
that's
a lot of
listening,
work that comes
Get
in.
her
It-
back in the conversation here.
Yeah, it's definitely, and
She did, because she's like going that direction.
Our,
Anyway.
our previous record-breaking permit months, like from 4 or 5 years ago, are now our norm. So we're really busy.
I
And
know,
we
and
need to
that's
figure
why
out
I kinda
how
want-
heavy is that burden, what happens if we shift that off of our shoulders potentially, and then, as much as e-government will certainly increase our efficiencies, I still need the person making the comments, putting them into the system. And
Right.
so that, that's also, it's resources.
Do you
that-
know what kind of percentage we're spending right now on outside our city versus inside?
I don't, but I know I have those numbers. I don't
Okay.
know them off the top of my head.
It'd be
but
interesting to
Steve-
have that
Steve, we
conversation,
have them.
because we may want to reconsider, we may want to relook at that and revisit it. I don't know, we're just so busy.
Right.
That we're getting a lot of local complaints, and I'm kind of thinking, well, where is that going to give? We can continue to just add more people, but again, we're doing this maybe at the cost of our taxpayers for the benefit of a taxing body that isn't necessarily paying for those directly. So I just want to make sure that we are first and foremost Delray Beach, and then outside. Back in the day when we weren't really doing anything,
Right.
that was a whole different ballgame. We're out of that. We're just going and blowing. So whatever we can do to be able to make it easier, we need to know from you
Okay.
how to do that.
Great.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Good afternoon. Sam Walthour. I'm the Interim Director of Neighborhood and Community Services. I'm going to start off with an update on workforce housing, and then I'm going to pass it on to Anthea for her portion of this presentation.
Oh.
Our department's role as far as workforce housing is concerned falls basically under two categories. One, we administer the strategies that have been set forth by the Workforce Housing Task Force and approved by the Commission. And those strategies are purchase assistance, where we help qualified residents purchase homes. Also, under rental assistance, we help with move-in costs for renters. We also have a strategy of land acquisition and also development costs. And those are the key strategies under the workforce housing program. We initially got $1.4 million into the program to actually administer those strategies, and I'll talk about some results in a minute. Our second role in this program is to monitor the existing developments that have workforce housing units in them. And there are 7 projects currently that we monitor for compliance with the workforce housing requirements of the city. We have totally across the city over 1,500 units of workforce housing in the city in those 7 projects. So as it relates to the strategies, back to the strategies, for purchase assistance, so far, we've spent down the money and we've helped 8 households purchase homes. As far as owner-occupied rehab, and I did miss that one, we have owner-occupied rehab where we help homeowners rehab their homes, bringing them up to code, making sure that those homes continue to have value. And we've assisted 10 households with the owner-occupied rehab service. Rental assistance, we've assisted 33 households with rental assistance. And land acquisition is one of the areas where we have not utilized a lot based on the cost of land. And one of the things I would suggest is we'll be able to move those dollars in that category, not all of it, but some of those dollars into the strategies that are more needed at this point, which are purchase assistance and the owner-occupied rehab and also the rental assistance. So for us, this is a very needed program, and one of the things that we've been able to do since the last 60 days that I've been in the role of interim director and working with the divisions is we're not only looking at the strategies under workforce housing, but we're also looking at the strategies across all of the funding sources that we have within the department, looking at CDBG, looking at SHIP, and many of our strategies across all of those funding sources align very well with what we're currently doing with workforce housing. So instead of just looking at our programs in silos, we're looking at it comprehensively so that we can maximize the resources that we have available for the residents here in the city. So I think that that big picture look is going to really help us look at what we need as far as capacity to make sure that we're moving these dollars along in a more efficient and effective way. And with that, I'm just going to stop now and then pass on to Anthea for her portion of the presentation.
I was going to say, before you go, what are the 7 developments that we currently have, the workforce housing that you're in charge of?
We have Alta Congress. We have Caspin. We also have Delray Station, Franklin at Delray, Midtown Delray, Sofa 1 and 2, and Windsor at Delray.
Okay, so let me go again. Alta, Caspian, Delray Station, Franklin, what was after that?
Midtown Delray.
Midtown. Okay.
And Windsor at Delray.
And Windsor and Sofa 1 and 2. What's the West Atlantic, that building that's there on West Atlantic, behind, on West Atlantic, next to the tennis center? What's that called?
I'm not sure.
Atlantic Groves. Don't we have that? There's some workforce housing in there, right?
And the ones that are for sale, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, the ones that are for sale, when a sale is triggered.
It's written in there.
It's written in there. We make sure that the buyer is qualified under the program.
Gotcha, okay, just wanted to make sure that we're not missing any of the ones
Absolutely.
that we've had. I appreciate that. And
Absolutely.
then I'll ask about the Udag funds after we hear from you.
Okay, so Atlantic Grove, what's built now actually predated our requirements for deed restriction and other things. But if you recall, we just approved the little infill piece.
Yep.
And that one will have a deed restriction
Right.
coming with it. There are other projects that have been approved on the horizon, the Linton. And so some of those will eventually fall onto Neighborhood and Community Services list to monitor and pre-qualify.
Okay.
People who receive density bonuses in exchange for this.
And there's one up on Congress,
provision.
too.
Yes, there's a couple. I think even one of the townhomes, of the small townhome project that just
Right.
got approved. So
They did
we are
one.
slowly building inventory, which is in that manner, which is great because it didn't require a dollar outlay to get it. It was simply by offering a little bit more density on the site. And all of the projects that Sammy mentioned were part of when downtown had the same ability. And now with the changes to the railroad corridor south, I think we'll see a little bit more in the downtown area coming out of those projects. You know, the LDRs have several incentives, a little more height over here if a percentage of the upper stories, you know, are dedicated for workforce. And then I think, you know, the issue that's come up most recently is the smaller lot development. There's been a series of waivers before the board in the last year. People wanting to sidestep having to do infill, you know, on legal lots of record that are smaller than what our standard is. And I think we really do. There's a couple of things that came out of the last few that I think we need to revisit. First was just most of the eastern part of the city is platted with lots that are not 60 feet wide.
Right.
And so not every house is a prime candidate for historic preservation, and they are going to grow through redevelopment. And, you know, is it really realistic to think they're all going to be income restricted? But then I think another comment that came up, I think at two of the hearings, one might have been from the dais and one was not, but it was the same concept, which is if you are rezoning, or I think it came up with where you know, if you let some of these projects come in with smaller lots, why aren't those required to do a percentage as workforce? So instead of hitting the historically older lots, you know, when a parcel densifies just through rezoning or something else, is there a way to achieve workforce housing with new development that way? And so I hadn't actually even thought about that before until I think, I don't remember which commissioner, if the mayor said it, and then an audience member said it. So I think it's time to start trying to revisit that strategy and see if there's a different way to employ it that might be better. We also have had some state statute changes which require us which do not allow us to have inclusionary zoning,
Right.
meaning we can't just say
I know.
20% of all your units.
Yeah.
And we do have a district that, you know, could be considered worded that way in MROC, and we're going to have to go back and do more of the carrot. Here's the base, and if you want higher, then it's going to be the set aside, the way it works in other parts of the city. Just more clearly state that. So I think that's about all I have.
Could I just raise a concern? One of the things that concerned me when we were approving the aura is that if you look at that company, they're an à la carte. So your rent is one fee, but then other things, garbage is a fee. If you want a pet, it's a fee. Parking is a fee. And so even when you're requiring that they stay in a particular range, start adding fees on every month, and then they become unaffordable. And so I guess, and I don't mean unaffordable like not affordable, I'm just saying they're more costly.
You know
And
what, before you go on, is there a way to be able to make sure that?
it's a cap.
That's right, that range includes, you know, your living,
Costs of the cost,
that.
garbage.
Yeah, exactly. Why would somebody have to tack on all those extra things? Now,
$15 to spray
a
for
dog I
bugs.
can understand because that's normal, but
Right.
not like your garbage and
Right.
parking. What, do they not have a car? I mean, come on.
Right.
So, or you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna be priced out because you've got a car in order to get to your work, your job? Come on. So that's something
And I
that's concerning.
think if we start looking, you know, if you look before we're considering a particular development, you can find the company and then go see what they're doing all over. And you see, this is way more common than you would think. It sounds unusual, but it's not. And so I think we need to figure out how to address it. Thank you.
And I was going to ask a couple of questions about some funding. The Udag Funds, I know that we have those, and they were transferred over just recently, I believe. Jen, you said, we're moving them?
June 8th.
They'll be on the budget
Okay,
amendment.
so
June 8th, yes.
where are we putting them in again? You can remind me? And-
Yeah, the UDAG funds, as they initially, the history of it as it goes way back, and the project,
Yep.
what happened to
It
it,
was
the money came
Auburn
back to the
Trace,
city.
yep.
So those dollars should align with the strategies that HUD has set out, which is in line with the CDBG program. So
Okay.
we see those dollars being utilized in that way, and what they will do is they'll complement the existing funding that we have in CDBG and also the other programs, SHIP and also workforce housing. So aligning those in that way would better assist us in terms of being able to stretch the dollars that we currently have in those existing programs.
Okay, and so the reason I'm bringing that up is because we have had those sitting in the bank account, if you will, for, I want to say, since maybe 2015. I
Correct.
don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years.
Correct.
And we've tried to utilize them before. We've been always stopped because there's so many specific, parameters. And I thought it was like a structure there that you can't use it for programming, you have to use it for something that's structural. So I
Right.
just wanted to make sure and that we're cognizant of that, because I know that we've kind of had this hurdle that we didn't cross over before.
Absolutely.
And then also how to best utilize it to stretch that for what we're trying to do, and not just, let it
Right.
slip out without really having some sort of something that we can really kind of see and hold, so to speak. And then also, let me see here. We had a fund that, I want to say it was a fund where developers, and this again, quite a few years back, were not wanting to do, I guess it's kind of like a workforce housing on site. So they would have to fund, put some money aside in order to be able to have it built elsewhere. Is that fund still existing? If it is, where is it and how are we utilizing it, if we are?
So there is an in lieu of option in the code if you don't want to build it on site or build it off site.
Yep.
And I believe that money is factored into the housing, the plan that was adopted.
Yes.
That allocates how we would, use the various pots of money to support workforce housing.
Right.
Do we know how much is in that?
I just looked too, not too
I
long ago,
don't know the
remember.
amount, but we'd
Are
have
we
to check that.
millions? Are we hundreds of thousands? Are we?
I think it's,
Mayor, I can get that information for you. I don't
All right,
have it here,
sounds
but I'll get
good.
that information.
thank you,
for
John.
Thank you. All right, very good. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Next topic on policies and programs.
I guess I'm a little too close. Okay. 10, 15, 20 years ago, I never would have imagined that law enforcement would have been the gatekeepers to the many social ills that we are experiencing today, to include mental health, homeless, and substance abuse. So with that being said, it has really impacted our resources and our agency, but we have a duty and responsibility to make those adjustments, because the big cry for defunding was a big issue at one point, not really understanding what that means. When you talk about defunding, you're going to defund a program like the one I'm about to speak on, because it's been very difficult to reallocate any more resources to this program, because we're still responding to approximately 80 to 90,000 calls for services a year. So we're stretched. But with that being said, the county normally does a point in times count throughout the county. They didn't do it in 20 because of the pandemic. We did it here in the city of Delray Beach, and from that point in time counts, we accounted for 81 homeless individuals in the city of Delray Beach. Of that 81, 81% were unsheltered. I mean, they're living in the streets, or living in some remote area. 5% was doubled up. That means that they're probably sleeping on someone else's couch. Then you have about 5% that's actually sheltered in some facility. Of that 81, 64% of that 81 were white, and 36% were black. Time and count, also males, we had about 81% and females 18%. Non-Hispanic, 89%, Hispanics 11%. So homeless doesn't discriminate. It's all across the board. But with that being said, we put together a community outreach team to respond to calls for services involving individuals that's suffering from some mental capacity or homelessness or addiction. We have a mental health practitioner from South County Mental Health. We have Ariana, who's also a mental health practitioner, but she's also a homeless and addiction practitioner, and along with officers who are CIT certified. And the goal is to get all 166 officers CIT certified. Currently, we have about 60. They respond to a scene. They're able to make assessments in the field and make determinations on what type or level of services that individual may need at that particular time. And we are able to provide that services on site. And that has proven to be quite successful here in the city of Delray Beach. Now, we're looking at 18,000 police departments across the country that's probably doing things 18,000 different ways. That model works for Delray. It has proven to be quite successful for Delray. But there's a lot of other wraparound services that's also involved with that program as well. For instance, we're looking at the shower truck. The shower truck is in our city from Tuesday and Friday from 9 to 11. But we're directly linked to the many services that's provided at that shower truck. We have peer support by Rebel Recovery, visits by the Health Care District to sign up individuals. The Homeless Outreach Team of Palm Beach County assesses for shelter placement and provides homeless declarations. We have social services provided by Services Population Advocate and Intern, and food stamps, applications, renewals, DMV, appointments, transportations. South County MRT provides support in community and reconnects to services as needed. Visits from people ready to recruit individuals who are ready for employment. We have RICO Intensive Treatment Program brings out at least 4 of their employees weekly to outreach and provide support. But also we assist with the Cross Ministries and Caring Kitchen that provides lunches for the homeless from 12 to 1, 5 days a week. Well, actually 6 days a week, Monday through Saturdays, at 3 different locations, which is the Library, St. Matthew's Church, and the Carson Church. Annually, report for Connects for the last 3 years, individualized by year. In 2019, we made 490 contacts. In 2020, we made 557 contacts. In 21, to January to May 26, we have already exceeded 194-95 contacts this year. Now, those contacts are made by our community outreach team. The types of services that the community outreach team also provides, we oversees the interface shower truck, which I mentioned earlier, the Caring Kitchen, which I mentioned earlier, outreach for all homeless behavior health recovery individuals in the city, either by referral or self-initiated, provide linkage to resources as well as clean clothing and toiletries as needed to individuals, follow-ups on overdoses by phone and at sober homes, coordinate South County mobile response team as needed throughout the week. One of the things we use with South County, and unfortunately we don't have control over South County staffing, but we made room for them at our police departments, made an office space for them in our police department. So when they're properly staffed, they're housed at the police department, so when they respond as a team. When they're unable to fulfill that obligation, we have to call a mobile response team who would meet us on that scene. So that could vary from day to day. We coordinate all wrap around services for service population in the city, to be present at our outreach events, provide all social services and case management needs to our service population, establish rapport with the following social services agency, which I mentioned earlier, the DMV, Social Security, DCF, food stamps, Delray Housing Authority. We follow up on all trespassing complaints, completes and upkeeps all trespass affidavits. To our officers that's part of our outreach team, they're in charge of the trespassing issues in our city. So they make sure all the documents are properly in place. Therefore, if we have to respond and take some type of action, we are prepared to do just that. We follow up on our violent Baker Acts. We assist community in assessing mental health services, scheduling appointments with mental health facility, psychiatrists, assisting with transportation to such appointments to decrease the amount of mental health related calls for service. We work closely with Detective Bureau, the VAN, Clean and Safe, Code Enforcement, and DDA. Works with the FBI, PBSO, Behavior Science Unit, and the VA on threats assessment subjects in our city. We provide sub-tip reviews for properties in the city that wants to improve their safety and security. Responsible for forming a crisis intervention team at the PD. That's the team I want to get 166 of the officers all certified. Currently, we're doing it 5 at a time. PBO offers the training, so whenever we can get individuals in, we do so. We oversee a bicycle program. We have a bicycle program. When we get abandoned bicycles, we refurbish those bicycles ourselves. And those individuals who's trying to get back into the employment arena, who lacks transportation locally, guess what? We provide them with a bicycle if we can, if we have any available. So far this year, we have provided 34 people. We've placed 34 people in shelters this year. 8 individuals have been sent home using travel aids. We work with different organizations. We run into individuals that's homeless that want to get back home. So we have got partnerships with different churches that help assist us in making that happen as well. But as you can see, law enforcement has changed over time. And I don't really see it reverting back to what law enforcement once were. The traditional method of law enforcement is dead. And it's incumbent upon us as agencies to adapt. You know, and how we adapt really is dependent upon the community in which we serve. And I tell you, Delray is an amazing city that allows us to put forth initiatives such as this, because I can tell you, when I go and speak in different arenas and tell them what we're doing, they're at awe. And I can tell you, we're ahead of the curve when it comes to dealing with situations of this magnitude. Unfortunately, we had a visit from Congressman Franco, hoping to get some funding to increase that unit, and it didn't work out for us this time. So that's something we probably going to have to look at again down the line, because none of these issues are going away anytime soon, and we have to be able to adapt to what's taking place in our communities. I don't know if anybody have any questions.
Chief Sims, I want to just start out by, I don't even know if my thing's on.
It is.
Okay.
I do too.
I just wanted to start out by saying that I'm glad that you mentioned where we stand amongst our neighboring communities and communities throughout the state and maybe even throughout the country, being on the cutting edge of really dealing with the mental health issues, the sober issues, the homelessness, and the panhandling, which we also took on
Yes.
earlier this year. And I just want to say that, you know, you're right. Your job has changed tremendously, and for, you know, the country to expect that, you know, police officers can be all that and more to a society is really, I think, expecting a lot. And, you know,
Yeah, it is.
Delray Beach has really led the charge, and they have, those that are serving us in blue have really stepped up to the plate, and I want to commend you personally,
Thank you.
because I think that it is really just a reflection of who we are as a city, and also I'm proud to be, in Delray Beach, living and being able to be in this position with the professionalism and the strength that you have given our community personally. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. And one thing, one of the sayings of law enforcement, we hate change and we hate what things are.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can tell you, we have an amazing group of men and women at the
Yes,
police
you do.
department, have truly embraced the direction that we're going in currently.
Yes, you
So this is only possible because of them.
I couldn't agree with you
Yes.
more. Absolutely.
I'd like to thank you, join the mayor in thanking the police department, and kudos to the community outreach team. I've had several conversations with them. Delray's unique, I know. People say we get tired of that record, but we are. I think we're the leaders in caring for all of our citizens. And if it's 81, and I don't know how many we lost with our new panhandling law, but those who still remain are obviously abiding by the new regulations, ordinances, et cetera. I've heard no one come and tell me any of their lunches have been stolen off of their plates. But I'd like to commend also the cooperation that has been, that exists between the three entities in the community. You mentioned them, and I'm going to repeat them. Quezon Church, where I believe the Caring Kitchen is headquartered.
Yes.
The Presbyterian Church on the Barrier Island, which is something unusual. Most people would say, oh, really? And we say, yes, really. And St. Matthew's, where I believe the homeless task force group
And we have a
committee
local homeless task force that's been quite
still meets,
instrumental and
and
beneficial as well.
I think that I'm giving a shout out to St. Matthew's, especially because they have done it without any, and the shower truck is also on the premises.
Yes.
I think those three churches, I don't know, Mayor, if you agree with me, somehow or another, we should do some kind of recognition, because
I'd love to,
they're
yeah.
unsung and they're a great part of this program.
They really
Our
are.
community outreach team could not do their work with, especially without St. Matthew's.
Absolutely.
And they never ask us for a dime, and we never give them a penny, but they're still there offering their services. I'd like to meet with you if I can get permission from the city manager, interim city manager. I have some ideas. I met with the team, and they need their own facility, and I didn't realize that Palm Beach County also came down. I have a great place. I think if everyone would agree, I'm not going to reveal it, so that if someone else had desires on that property, that they'll come out of the woodwork and saying, no, no, no. But I think there's a place that we can house this group. It's not to house the homeless, get that straight, but it's a place where the team can operate, and any of their members who need to do work in the city without coming and using our meager police department facilities. Because with 3 police officers using 1 desk, I'm in awe that someone hasn't complained about working conditions
Right.
in the city.
Well, I think what's unique about the community outreach team, the vast majority of their work is done in the field, because that's where the people are.
Right.
So we go to the people to make sure they receive the necessary services out in the field.
Yeah.
And if that's put someone away for 2 or 3 days, South County, we transport them to South County to make sure they receive those services. So whatever those services may be, we have a linkage to the organization or resource to make sure they receive that service.
Right, but I understand they'd like to have their own place too. At least they've lobbied me to see if I could help, and this is my outreach to help, to let you know that I found a place,
Okay.
and let's work on it.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
So may I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Of these statistics, what are the age range of the 80% that we're seeing on the street? I see some young people, but I also see some
Well,
considerably older people.
It's all over the place. I'm
Yeah, we
thinking
don't-
from the 20s all the way through the 60s and 70s.
Okay,
So it's,
right.
Yeah.
And then Chief, I vaguely recall that the count was slightly higher the last time it was done. So this has gone down, is that
it
correct?
has gone down, but you got to understand, when we do point-in-time count, that's over, actually, we did it longer than we would normally do it. Usually that's a day's process.
Right.
We actually did it a day and a half.
Okay.
Because we also utilize our sources such as the shower truck and the carrying kitchen to also aid us in that count process. Because those that we weren't able to locate in the field, they show up to those locations.
Right.
So with that being said, it has gone down some, but with that also being said, we only can count what we can find that day.
Understood. Thank you. Quick note is that the Caring Kitchen is desperately in need of bottled water. Just a message to anybody paying attention. But with respect to the, what?
Hassan did not hear that.
I'm sorry,
It didn't-
Hassan.
No.
That's the
Saying.
only way they can distribute
face.
it. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Have we ever considered as a temporary assist to your situation doing little satellite stations?
Well, I think,
One.
again, this is why we're here, right? Because a few things I wanted to mention, if I could just kind of jump in. I think it's a perfect question. Number one is Delray is just the leader when it comes to these services. I recently had seen a headline pop up on my phone, and it was like national news. It said, New York City Police is going to start dispatching social workers to calls for services instead of police. And I've looked at that headline thinking, this is what we've been doing.
Yeah.
This is how we roll in our city. And it's such a great source of pride. So, we've been trying, like Chief says, we ensured that this was at the top of our legislative packet for the state session, and it really didn't get too much traction, unfortunately. And we also tried to introduce it at the federal level through the Congresswoman, and it didn't quite get traction. But I'd really like I would really like the commission to consider this in terms of the priorities and the funding for next year, in terms of if we have that opportunity to expand, this would be the great opportunity to do so. So that's just my pitch for it. I think it's something that we all are so extraordinarily proud of in our city, and we by far are the leaders in the nation, and it's certainly great.
Without a doubt. Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Chief, I had a question.
Sure.
In your presentation, you talk a lot, and the men and women that work for you, I know you're big on education. And you're not looking to lock people up necessarily, you're just looking for people to do the right thing.
Absolutely.
With the passage a couple months ago of the aggressive panhandling ordinance, we agreed for a 6-month education period. Has that started at the?
No, I think it starts in July.
Okay.
The next phase, we have brochures made up as we speak. Once those are completed, we're going to get those out to the people, to the public, and to the businesses as well. And once we get those out, simultaneously, we're going to go through our social media outlets to also continue to educate the public. So it's a continuing situation, but July is the target date to really start the enforcement.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Well, in line with that, Chief, can you tell us, immediately upon passage, did you see a market change? I haven't seen, I'm sorry, no enforcement, but I'm saying, have we noticed, have there been any complaints, any additional complaints? Have you had to respond to any calls?
Very few, but that's something you can't really measure because it's ebb and flow. You can go through a month of calls, then go through a month of none, so it's kind of ebb and flow. But having a tool in place to address it continuously or year-round could be somewhat beneficial, in my opinion.
So you're going to probably increase your personnel? No? Yes?
Well,
Maybe so.
I don't have that authority to increase my personnel.
Well, I mean, as far as requesting an increase, you'd like to increase this, I'm just asking.
Well, you don't ask a police chief, do you want to increase his personnel?
Yes, I do. You're going to be honest
Because
with
the
me. I
answer
know
is
you are.
always yes.
If you don't need them,
The answer is always yes.
Yes.
Well, quite naturally, we can do a lot more with more people because we have other ideals and situations we'd like to expand on throughout, moving forward. And it takes personnel to do it, but like we always do, we adapt to what we have and we try to make it work.
But we can't increase them until we find a space for them, so you might be limited in that respect, am I right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, we've
4 to a
already
desk.
learned how to work in a smaller space. So I'm not going to turn down personnel.
Okay,
if that's
thank
the
you.
question. But with that being said, just being from a realistic standpoint, I mean, we've operated short. I see one of the biggest issues we have in law enforcement, guys get hurt, people get hurt. We have about 12 to 14 undeployables right now due to injury, FMLA, having kids, different things. Those things you don't really have control over. But yet, it impacts the resources that you have as far as deployment.
Not to prolong our conversation, but I'm sure when you and I meet, you're going to be able to tell me how COVID has impacted the department, and also Chief Tomey, yours also, because I'm sure contact with the community probably had a little bit to do with that. And I'd just like to have a little insight as to how it's been handled, how it happened, as much as you can share.
Yeah, I'd like to have that conversation, but I can tell you one thing we do in public safety, we adapt to the circumstances, not because we want, because we have to.
Yes, I understand. And done a great job at it. Thank you.
Okay, so 2 things. I'm inviting Chief Sims to our next Monday recurring meeting, which will be 2 Mondays from away, so consider that done. We've slowed down our pace a little bit. Maybe it was the lunch or something, so we're going to try. I'm asking staff to make sure we kind of keep these rolling rather quickly if possible, okay?
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, first of all, I wanted to thank Dr. Saviak for kind of setting up my comments on youth programs. At the beginning of his comments, he said if you have underserved citizens, you have to look at equity, and that you need to ensure you have no gaps in services. As we know, Palm Beach County School District is a very large district, and they have limited resources as we do. And so I guess one of the questions today is whether or not, it's our social responsibility to fill in some of those gaps. With COVID, we both have opportunities and challenges. Prior to COVID, we only had one A-rated school, which have some long-term effects. I do know that FSA is going on right now, and the outcomes of those tests are not looking so great. So that leads us to be a little concerned that for the next 3 to 4 years, we're really going to have to work hard on getting our kids back on track. So I actually did give you an update not so long ago on what we're doing with learning loss recovery and our action steps to take care of some of that. However, I do feel that there are other programs that we might want to focus on helping getting our youth back on track post-COVID. So I really just added a couple bullet points here for you to think about, but we can create leadership opportunities. We used to have some pretty robust programs around civics with Florida City Government Week and preparing our future leaders in government jobs. We went into the schools, the mayor has read proclamations, and we've done some essays. We also had a very strong youth council. We may want to consider reinstating that, where commissioners might appoint some youths to be able to be our voice of the city, and continuing internships and to help build our future workforce. Like to continue supporting city and nonprofit out-of-school enrichment and experiences. As we know, a lot of learning doesn't necessarily happen in the classroom, but it's experiences. We have a lot of kids that haven't ever left Delray Beach before. You can't be globally competitive without that edge of knowing things. So we need to focus on still literacy, arts, mentoring, career exploration, and recreation. I know transportation is a big issue. I just recently had heard from Carver Middle School that they don't have a band. And I find that that's really a terrible thing, that they don't even have musical instruments. So an area that we really probably need to help them with. Another item is I was working with Joan Goodrich in the past around engaging disconnected youth, which are defined as kids that are 16 to 24 that are not in school or working. I would need to work on that particular to figure out what that number is, but nationally, statistics are showing post-COVID that number is going to grow, obviously with employment and not having the skills and skill gaps. And then continue to foster opportunities to prepare our youth for the future workforce. We do know that we have skill gaps. We'd like to consider possibly doing career days, helping with entrepreneurship programs, training, industry certification programs, technology, STEM. I do know that we probably need to be working with Palm Beach County School District on, do we have the right career certificates in our high school? Atlantic High School has a culinary class, but not industry certification. So are there some ways that we can mesh our future workforce with things that are going on with, within our community? We have great opportunities with Delray Full Service Center and Village coming online with their career and technology programs moving forward. So I look forward to working, with Sarah on, aligning some educational pieces with workforce. So I'm just going to kind of open it up, you guys, to think about maybe if we need to look at some additional progressive programming moving forward, particularly over the next couple of years on overcoming COVID.
Thank you. I mean, I'm in favor of this. There's something that I don't really know. A substantial chunk of our taxpayer money goes to the county to go to the schools. How do they determine, how do we have a school that doesn't have instruments? It's shocking to me. Typically, you wouldn't see this in a city like ours.
My understanding is the principal allocates those funds. She determines how her funds work within her school. So I do know, like at Carver, they do have a large slug of level 1 and 2 readers, so she probably doesn't put as much money towards the electives because she's working on those core classes.
Okay.
And remember, in a school like Carver at 50% capacity, they're getting 50% of the funding.
That's what I was going to say. It has a lot to do with the capacity of the school and how many students are there. And you know what, unless the schools become schools that people want to go to, what happens is that the migration is to the areas where the schools are either, in district to a school that's an A school, or somebody's moving out, in a district where there is a not such a great school, that they just put them in private. So, that's really the way that parents think.
Yeah, and it's a really unfortunate model, right? The schools that need the most help,
Are not
Get the
getting-
least.
right, get the least
Right.
because their, capacity is
Yeah, the money follows the
50%.
child.
The good news is I think we have great schools, right? And you say we only have, NA school, but I'll tell you, my son's at a incredible C school, Plamosa. It's an amazing school, and yes, because of the testing programs and the
And it's the
demographic.
stigma around
It's a
that.
C school, but I wouldn't pick any A school over it, ever. But I do think what's important for us to discuss is if we're looking to move the needle and support our youth, you gotta have money. So what's your average line item for education? Like, what's your budget that you usually have every year?
So it's
Roughly.
around 25,000 for like operations of the programs we support, and then we have some contractual items, which is the Achievement Center has $143,000. And then there's some money allocated for some grants with the Karen Foundation dollars.
Okay, so but $25,000 for any initiatives that you have, such as some of the ones that you're presenting today. I think that's the issue.
I agree with you.
We're not gonna move the needle with
Really.
$25,000.
Exactly.
Right? And, us sitting here as city commission, we've also sat here as CRA, and I've seen us quadruple, if not tenfold, the amount of money we've put towards fixing up houses or towards assisting businesses, right? And we have this entire part of our population, and they don't pay a lot of taxes, but their parents do. This population that needs our support as well. And I think to put a line item, in there that is significant, even if we were to go to 25 to 100, I mean, wouldn't that be incredible if that's the funds that you had, for your next year? So I really think this is something that we need to strongly consider if we're going to elevate our support for our youth in Delray.
I agree. And just to say something, because you're familiar with that school, so you know it's a great school, but if someone's looking online and considering moving here and they see a C school, they don't know.
I know.
And so it's very unfortunate.
So that's why when I met with all the principals a few years ago, that's one of the biggest needs is they said, market us.
Right.
We can't, I mean, if I have extra money, I'm going to buy some instruments. I'm not going to go take an ad out. Like, talk about how great we are, how great our schools are. And thank you to the Chamber of Commerce who's stepping in trying to help with that. But as a city, that's part of the problem, is not only do we need to support our youth, but we need to talk about how great a majority of our schools really are and how special they are.
And if I may add to that, because I did bring this up at a meeting and I wanted to meet with you, just to get this information, because, you know, I got elected on the eve of COVID, so we haven't even sat down for a
Right.
cup of coffee. And I still would like to do that just to get some information. But we also have over 100 children in our school system that are homeless. And how can you even function in school
You
if
can't.
you're homeless?
You can't.
So I think if we can try and work on a way to give some assistance to those kids as well, separate from these programs that you have, I would appreciate that.
Also, the re-engaging into the school system, we were off limits. We weren't even allowed to enter the, you know, the grounds. So I would look forward to rolling backwards and doing Civic Day and all the things that we used to do that I haven't done in over a year because of COVID. It's changed everything. So please, you know, keep that in mind and, you know, keep me informed, and wherever I can go to do whatever needs to be done, I'm at your service.
Thank you.
You got it.
Yeah, and just one last note, I do get, going back to Carver, which is kind of our most struggling school with the history of time of
Sure.
people not really wanting to attend there. You know, there are a lot of threats with that particular school coming up with Plumosa being a K-8. There's more choices.
Yes.
Village Academy, getting more steam, and then rolling into that technical college that's going to be located next to it. So it's a piece that I think we really need to focus on heavily this next couple of years, and figuring out how we can
agreed.
shore that
Yeah.
school up.
And one of the other pluses to putting some more funds behind this is some of this is out of our hands, right? It's a school district, but they tend to answer the phone, or you get to see the table when you actually have skin in the game, right? And you're actually showing that you have multiple programs. And luckily for Delray Beach, we have, right? So they are willing to listen, and I think this will only further that relationship.
Well, thank you. I'll be looking forward to that in the budget. Thank you. Everybody heard it, right? Yeah.
Good discussion. Moving on to the next topic, communication system engagement.
So this was, when this came up and the topics to discuss with the commission, we're seeking a little bit of context, really. Citizen engagement is a very broad topic, so we really wanted to punt and just kind of hear from the commission in terms of what your vision is, in terms of where you would like to see us with citizen engagement, or what your thoughts are, or, you know, how did this bubble up for goal setting?
Go ahead.
Well, I guess we can use the water issue as a good example.
Okay.
Connecting with people and getting messaging to them seemed to be a problem. And I don't know, you know, if some people get their messaging on Facebook, but many don't. And then some people are signed up for our email list, but not enough. And then, you know, if it's an emergency, we do the code. But we do get a lot of questions about things that people should know. So then you say, well, why don't they know that, and why are they asking me that? And so what's the answer? I don't know. Maybe we need to use our code out to the city to ask people to connect on our email list for important information. I know we're not supposed to use it unless it's an emergency, but I guess we need to figure out the way to reach the most people, and then figure out one method of communicating, or maybe two, and try and make it concise. Because we have a great message, but 90% of the time, people don't know. When we talked about this at the CRA, we need everybody to know how great it is and what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, so a couple of things on that. I mean, what we try to do, right, is to hit folks up with different messages from different methods. So obviously, the Twitter is usually good for the quick, you know, things that people are just looking for real-time information. Maybe there's an event going on in the city or things of that. Then we have obviously the Code Red, which we really want to use for emergencies. We've built up those web pages. I mean, we have tons of information on those web pages, so we try to get folks directed there, and as well as our newsletter. But as you mentioned, you can't really compel somebody to sign up, right? So we can't force somebody to say, okay, if you want to live in our city, you must receive this email. So that's a little bit of that challenge. Some of, God, I just lost my train of thought,
What
but
about when we were talking about wayfinding signs I believe, with the CRA, and then at some point there was technology discussed where as you pass them, they could be informative, shoot you a message, tell you something. And I guess if people are walking around the city and we have these various stations that are connecting to their phones, then we could be giving them messages like, oh, you're about to approach, an art show or something.
and more interactive.
So,
And-
can I just jump in for a second, just on this part, because I know that Jay and I have been talking
Right.
about an app, and
Right.
through an app, you can do geofencing, which will allow those messages to come through, and, we've been looking at ways of pushing that forward. I can tell you, communication is not unique
Right.
challenge to Delray. We had 1 square mile, 6 communication channels, and all day long, all I heard was, I don't know, I didn't know, no one
Right.
told me. And, we had 2 people full-time just doing that for, 6,000 people, right? But that may be an option that you'll see coming, as we work on that.
I was about to say just
Sorry.
that. I mean, some of this rolls into our IT and getting more interactive apps and methodologies, including even with CityWorks or some kind of see, click, fix type of app, right?
Right.
Again, something real time that connect folks with the city when they have questions about whether it's a pothole or, a downed street sign or, why is there a street closure, things of that nature. So it's just another tool in that communication toolbox that we can look into. So I do think it ties a lot into Jay, but all of our IT initiatives and the things that we could potentially be rolling out and putting before the commission soon. I mean,
Do we have any kind of welcome, not basket, but welcome packet, that if we know there's a new resident, we can have, we have this, we have that?
I don't know if we have that methodology to capture that. I mean, would we?
So, the only way that it seemed to work where it came from was to do it through when you sign up for a utility bill.
Yeah.
So that triggered a welcome basket that had a number of things, including a,
Yes.
Welcome wagon?
And a welcome.
Your phone book?
so, does a commissioner drive the welcome wagon?
And there really were
We'll
baskets.
put you on shifts.
Those of us remember, there really were baskets.
That's a
Lots of
great idea.
goodies in
You mean
them,
the booster
food,
seat,
but
right?
there was also informational packets.
I like that. That's certainly something we could do.
Yay.
Cool.
Good idea.
All right.
Well, I mean, if, I want to jump in about the communication and how we envision citizen engagement. I mean, engagement's different than communication, so if we're talking about communication, I think we struggle. And I can tell you, just when we had the slug incident, let's just use that as an example, and I think that Missy Barletto can back me on this. I mean, I started getting calls on that morning, had no idea what was going on. People were actually turning on their faucets and there was brown water with sediment in it coming through. And it was just moving, because you could almost find it, it was early, kind of closer to the city hall on North Swinton, and it kept moving further and further. And obviously dialed the city manager at the time, not you, previous. And then, had not heard back, and as a, unfortunately, I don't think that a lot of people understand what my role is, and they're never going to, okay? That's what I figured out. I mean, in all these years, it's not gonna happen. So I'm not gonna live on that dream. So, there was no communication really to me, who's like I feel like I'm like that, that hub in the wheel, until later on in the afternoon, when I had to follow through with my city manager and ask them, what's going on? Well, we've got a slug in the line, and I'm like thinking it's some, I don't know,
Bug.
horrible, big, huge something or other, slug. That's what I'm thinking. But it wasn't. And they couldn't get in front of it. The problem was that it had moved so far and it was continuing that we couldn't get to the residents. And the only way that I was told that we could really, truly communicate to that section was by way of stagecoach, carrier, which is to take, hangers and put it on doors. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, that cannot possibly be, but it was. So we do not have the ability, apparently, to communicate to sections of our town that are experiencing something without necessarily blasting out to everywhere. And then, when you blast out to everywhere, well, nobody hears the message. They only think it's happening to them. That's why they got the message. And even when you give them the parameters, they're now gonna call you and ask you, is it me? You know, and how come I haven't been notified? And oh my gosh, it becomes another whole problem, because now you're dealing with people unaffected, feeling like they're affected, so it's really tough. I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how you fix that. I don't know how other cities handle that, but somewhere along the line, from my perspective, we have dropped off the information highway, and I don't know where we are, but we're.
Well, I can tell you that we can issue those code reds geographically specific, and we do.
Okay.
Okay, so for some of the, like, more recent water main breaks, that's what we do. When we identify the area
Okay.
in which the water, boil water notice might be in effect, again, we have multiple tools and we have to use everything in our toolbox. So we issue the code red to that area and only that area, so as to not then alarm other areas of the city that
Sure.
are not under boil water notice. So we do that, but again, if they're not on code red, right?
I
So now we
understand
have
that.
to think about how else can we communicate that? And that's when we go social media, news releases, social media. And then we do the door hanger still, because if we have missed somebody through all of those other means, then we have the door hanger. So when somebody shows up at their door, it's there. So that's how we try to address it, and we can specify the area. I'm not sure if back then, and we didn't know that functionality
Maybe
existed.
it was just the
Yeah.
city manager in place didn't know,
Yeah.
because I was really shocked to learn that. And I was not just shocked, but I was also, I was alarmed.
Yeah, so we
because-
do that now, so, and we have been doing that for the
Okay.
last few occurrences, so.
Good.
But I do agree with you, I think citizen engagement takes it a step different from what we were talking about with just communication, and that's where I think when we start really engaging in some of these tools and provide it in a more interactive fashion, so I think it's a great conversation, and we're just gonna continue down that
Yeah,
path.
I agree.
Okay,
May I just add?
Sure.
Yeah,
May I just add? I don't think that Delray suffers in the least bit with citizen engagement. They choose to engage with whatever topic most affects them. If it doesn't bother them, if it's not at their front door or back door, they're not interested. But when it is, they will come or contact or call. And Mayor, it's a good idea, or it might be a good idea to put out the warning, your water is being affected, boil order, whatever. Well, I've got a friend across the city. I'm going to pick up the phone. Oh, did you get this? And then they're going to call, why didn't I get this? So no matter what you do, kudos to you, but you're still going to have that kind, because the people in Delray do talk to each other. They engage with us. They engage with their neighbors. They are engaged.
In regards to communication, I think our opportunity is just to try to be more proactive. And I've said this, before, we know what the hot items are going to be, especially as commissioners. And if we just get a little, ahead of that, and I'll just throw out, there's going to be a lot of construction around the Sunday Village, right? Well, we feel like everyone knows about that, but really everyone doesn't know about that, right? So to be proactive and not just put it all on the private sector's responsibility, we should get, ahead of that. And then to be just more purposeful with our communication. I mean, what a difference it makes that for the Pride crosswalk, instead of a sign that says road closed, it says 12 days till opening, 11 days till back. I mean, now there's not that unknown. Oh, how long is this going to be closed for? No, it's only 9 days. Calm down, right? And every day it's going to be one. Just a little thing like that makes such a big difference. So I think we're close, but we need to be more proactive and not just the shotgun approach. Hey, we're on 6 different sectors and we blast it out everywhere. Well, yeah, what was the timing of that, right? And what was really the message that we put in there? And I think someone that's been really good at it is the DDA in regards to construction updates, right? Now, that's only in the core, but they make sure all their merchants know, right? When to expect trucks, when to expect road closures, because it's important for those businesses to know that and seem to be proactive by having that line of communication with whoever's doing that development. And in regards to citizen engagement, I would love to see on the calendar set 2 town halls a year. Maybe one town hall is a league, we partner with the League of Cities, and every year it's the same town hall. You want to know how your taxes, where our budget comes from, you want to know what the CRA stands for, you want to know what the DDA does. Maybe just once a year, we have a town hall, and it just addresses, this is how a city operates, or how your city operates. And then the other one, we can just bring in a speaker every year on whatever a hot topic is, that the parking, when we brought in a speaker for parking, that was Gibb? No, not Gibb.
No.
That was Shoot.
Yeah.
That was great. That was really educational for a lot of people, and it really helped when we rolled out paid parking, because we educated everybody on there's no free parking. That was the whole message. So if we could just have 2 on the calendar every year, I think that would be huge, because that's a part of what Delray's been doing for a long time with, the public meetings and the charrettes and the town halls. So that's
Yeah, so
fine.
the first one, but I agree with you 100%, and we've kind of lost our traction, and we need to kind of find our traction now again, because we're out of COVID, we can do these things. But like a state of the city address would be like your first town hall, and then
Yeah.
your second one is, bringing somebody in that's gonna answer some questions about the city that would be specific to a hot topic during, I think that's great.
High tide.
Fantastic. Yeah, rising tides, it could be anything. And it also would bring in that educational piece. If we're really looking at trying to figure out how can we get the message out to educating on something specific, that might be the topic of that town hall that year.
Yep.
All right. I think we've made a decision.
One question on a
That's all you have to
slide.
do.
Strategic.
Today's schedule, we now have a break schedule.
Oh.
Okay.
And they had the third leadership report. Yeah, I did. I couldn't hold it. Sorry. Sorry, I had to make a fool of myself. Not be able to move until everybody's left the building.
Okay, 3:15, break until 3:15.
Again,
Exactly what I had sent to her, and she sent the commission, that's all it was. So I sent the next
I think we're going to be getting going again here now. And we're on our last two topics for policies and programs.
Yeah.
One is the utility rate study discussion, the second one, recreation programs. The final two themes that came back during the research phase. So we will now turn it over on to utility rate study.
So before we do that, I just wanted to make an announcement. We wanted to take a group picture at 4:55, right before we wrap up. So
Sounds good.
don't hightail it out of here until we take our picture and everybody put on their smiling faces. And with that, I think Hassan and Mr. Leggy are up.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. That means I have to 4:55
Friday.
for this slide? No? Why when it comes to me, everybody wants me to be quiet and finish it quick? No. Thank you. You get all the praises for your presentation, but for me, they say, hurry up. Rate study. I have a few bullets in this slide, basically saying that the last rate study that was done for the utilities, City of Delray, was in 2003. And to the best of my knowledge, based on what I have received or read, I haven't seen anything for the past 15 years. So our rates are basically nearly 20 years old.
Sorry. There's a lot of revenue there, too.
Yes. As indicated on the table, I compared our rate with one of the neighboring municipalities. That shows what are they charging based on the different categories. 0 to 4,000 gallons are basically for 1 to maybe 2 person per unit. That City of Delray actually does not charge any commodity fee for the water. But other utilities, as you see, they charge up to $2 for that range. As we go higher, between the 4 to 10,000 or for 5 to 10,000, our rates are 1/3 of the other utilities. When it gets higher than that, we are just falling way, way on the bottom of the list. I don't want to sound too negative, but that's the reality. That's what is happening. The bottom chart is from University of North Carolina School of Government, that they review all the utilities rate in the United States. You can basically go to that website, put the name of the city you are, and give them the gallonage or whatever. It tells you where your rates are. I also, on top of that, I reviewed the rates that were published by Saltford Water Management District, and City of Delray's utilities rate are on the bottom 10%. So for past 18 years or so, we haven't had any rate increase. What that means? That means that our reserve account has not gone up at all. And the money that we basically bring as a revenue every year, it barely covers our operating cost, our contribution to the general fund, and others, and very, very, very minimal capital improvement. Infrastructure are not being addressed, are not being kept up, just because the funding is not there. Utility, City of Delray is a great city, but the rate that we currently have, I would say, is 1/3 of the other utilities among us. And that's why when you see, I heard earlier today, Why Boynton Beach has maybe better utilities? Why Boynton Beach has a different water treatment plant? Those are all cost money. What we should have done hasn't happened, but now is the time to do it. We cannot continue with such a low rate and expect a high level of service to our customer. This has been my main concern since I started here. And as you see, when you get to the 11 to 20,000 gallons, our rates are nothing. And that's why the customers continue using potable water for irrigation. If you go to another municipality and use 50,000 gallons per month of irrigation water, you're going to be paying $8, $9 per 1,000 gallons. But here, it's $3 or $3.50. So these really made me real, I don't know, what's the right word is. And I have been pushing for the past few months that this needs to happen. I have discussed it with Ms. Alvarez. I appreciate her support in that. Work with finance, and John can maybe elaborate on what we have done to start this. Without the rate increase, we cannot, unless if somebody come and say, Delray utility, you're such a great utility, this is $100 million for you, go do whatever you want to do, and that's gonna happen. We're the one who's responsible for that. If you want that utility to succeed, we need to do it. We do the rate study to begin with, which we are in process of it, and the result of the rate study, when it comes in, then we need your support. A lot of people, they hate rate increase. They hate. That's not somebody who's gonna say, oh, thank you for doing that. But consider, if you have a water bill, which is probably 20% of your cable bill, what does it mean? We all can live without the cable TV for a month or so. We're not gonna lose nothing. But imagine for 2 days, you do not provide water to our customer. You know, our cell phone, we pay $100 a month. I don't know how, whatever. The utilities right now is the lowest, whatever, monthly payment that citizens pay in Delray. And that needs to be revisited.
Hassan, if I may, we've actually issued the RFP. We've actually chosen a vendor to actually do the rate study. We're in the process of signing the contract with that individual now. They anticipate the timeline to do the rate studies about 4 months. There'll be a public presentation by the vendor doing the rate study at the end of that, analysis. What Hassan will be doing is looking probably at a 5 to 10 year CIP plan, because what we're going to be asking the rate consultant to do is to look at how we would fund a 10-year CIP over the next 10 years. What rates we need to achieve that, both whether we decide to fund it by cash or if we decide to bond it. There's bond coverages and rate and coverages that you have to meet 110% of the coverage of the bonds, and so all that will be figured in. It'll also look at CPI over the next 10 years to look at his operating expenses as they increase over year, and look at what revenue needs to come in to cover his operating expenses, increases in operating expenses, and to cover a good 10-year CIP, which would help in funding the treatment plant or the wastewater and all other improvements that he'll need done.
Yes, I appreciate that. The treatment plant that we are planning for the next 5 years, our rate increase is not going to fund that, but it opens the avenue for the P3 or for the bonding in order to make it more, because if somebody come and look at the utilities and say, what is your reserve account? What is your revenue? And how much you contribute toward your reserve account a year? What is it? Because they have to make some profit from their contribution to this. And this, at this time, is not there. We're hoping to start building the basis, the foundation for better utility in the future that can support the needed, well-needed capital improvement.
ask you a question?
Oh,
What-
let's start with the Vice Mayor, she had asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm not surprised. I'm shocked that, once again, we have kind of taken a low road, or I'm not interested in those kinds of things, wherein, again, the competitiveness in me says, what are they doing that we're not doing? Number one, they're paying attention to what's going on, and I thank you so much once again for, I don't know how we're so blessed to get you, but that's what we do in Delray. We find good people, and then we try to I try to anyway, give them the opportunity to show us what's wrong with our city. And I would imagine that if there was a leak somewhere, I had a leak and I didn't realize it until I was just doing a little inspection around my house. Then I got the water bill and I said, uh-oh, that's what it is. If I had a toilet that was not working and just continuously running, or if a dripping faucet, if I were paying $8 a gallon for every little drop, I might get that fixed just in case. And I might not water every day just because, oh, my grass doesn't look as green as I'd like it to look. I understand people are now painting their yards because in the county, they're paying big bucks for everything. They're mowing the grass down or getting rid of it, and they're painting. I don't want us to go there, but we must have everyone understand that water is going to be one of those precious commodities, and it's going to cost. Thank you.
Commissioner Casale?
I was just curious, this is such a substantial difference. If you start doing it mathematically,
Yes, ma'am.
it's unreal. But do we know what Boynton is charging? Do we know what
Yes, ma'am.
Boca is charging?
I can provide that.
Yeah,
The
I'd just be
Boynton's rate
curious.
is much higher.
Right.
When you compare it to the Delray.
Okay.
Yes. We are, as a matter of fact, I was on their website. We are in the 50-mile radius, we are way on the bottom of the 5%. In the 50-mile radius utilities, which is Palm Beach County, North, and South of West Broward.
You know what I'm having trouble with? I'm having trouble with the fact that I know friends and people in Boca, and their water bill is a fraction of ours. And so I'm not following how in the world we can be so far behind in our rates, but yet the water bills in Boca are a fraction, and I'm talking about smaller than ours, and ours are so much larger. So it's very difficult for me to swallow this and feel like we're 5 times lower. Can you imagine your water bills going up 5 times? Okay, and can you imagine the constituency being okay with water bill going up that amount? I can't. So what I'm asking you is, why is there that discrepancy?
If I may, to best of my knowledge, City of Boca Raton, they subsidize their utilities bill.
What?
Yes,
Well, then their rate is lower.
yes. So they are subsidizing their utility.
Well, we would be probably doing the same thing.
What?
I mean, that's what we're doing.
That is beyond me, but that's what they do. I compared Delray with the Boynton, with the even much larger utilities. Because of the economy of scale, the rate should be even less than us. If you're comparing ourselves with the utilities at 200,000 customer, the rate should be less. But actually, the rate is much, much higher than us. Boca Raton is just, I have not been able to figure out why, but when I asked the question, the answer was their utilities is being subsidized by the city. We are,
Do you mean
we are
general
very
fund?
unique. We are, just like any other utilities, we're running on it, our own fund.
Can we get that information and then we,
I'd be more than happy
Thank you.
to check.
Well,
that.
I think that's going to, your study or
Yes.
you're going to come up with all of those different
Yes, ma'am.
municipalities.
The rate study is going to do that. They're going to compare the.
Right, but I would also want to know who's subsidizing, because let me tell you how this works. It's kind of like the school system. People will chase where it is least expensive and better to live. And so if we start jamming our citizens with a much higher water rate, we could actually end up, in turn, hurting our population as well, especially the population that we deal with, which are the population in some of the areas that are underserved. versus, what Boca has to deal with, which they don't have the same issues that we have. So that's number one. But I also, I get that we have to do something in order to be able to make this work and figure out how it can be done so that it's not, this is a basic commodity that people have to live on, and they have to have it for their house, and they have to have it, to survive. So, there's a line here that's not all about profit and that sort of thing. So if the city has to come to the table, as we have been, obviously, because we're selling our water for a lot less than what we probably should be doing, which makes total sense here. But we need to figure out where that balance is, that we don't hurt and we still are able to save and do the things that we need to do. And I don't know where that is, but.
Yes, Madam Mayor. As I stated, we operate on enterprise funds, just like maybe 95% of the other utilities within the United States. I'm not in favor of automatically raising our rate 45%. That's not something I'm saying, but typically the rule is when you do the rate study, you come up with some preliminary or 10% rate increase for route. That's just for an example. Then automatically you raise every year based on a consumer price index or utilities consumer price index, which is 75% of the CPI, ends up to be 2.5%. So automatically every year you do that for 10 years. So you don't have to keep going back and forth for the public meeting and tell people what we are doing.
Right.
Everything increases 3 to 5%
Right.
a year. I haven't seen anything.
That's a fairer way to do it, so
Yes,
people
ma'am.
can,
Correct.
prepare for it and be ready, and it will be very incremental so that it's not all at once.
That is my way of basically looking at it. Even if you go with the 45% right up front, that's not going to fund our water plant. That's not
No.
going to fund all the things that we need.
Let's roll backwards. There's money in a fund.
But not.
I know
Yes.
it's not enough to pay for the fund, but, we have been saving for this day. This isn't something that we haven't done. I understand that there's not enough in there to be able to do a full water treatment plant, but we have been saving for this day, and that's what that fund is there for.
Yes, you're 100% correct.
Right.
But at the same time, we have not spending in our facilities. We have not spending on our distribution infrastructure. We have not spending on a water treatment plant. We have not done no modification that had been needed. So it's been ignored for many years. If they had spent the money when it was needed, then when the reserve account had gone to the zero, then maybe everybody started noticing, why do we have a zero reserve account?
Right.
But by not spending,
'Cause
and
you said
spending
that-
all the money, and all of a sudden your house falls apart, you say, why it falls apart? Because we didn't take care of it. But
Did
if you maintain it every year,
Because you said that reserve hasn't really grown much.
no, Commissioner Paulson, actually it's been reducing. This year, for the first time, every year when I had looked at the CIP for the previous years, they put $10 million, $15, but they actually spend maybe less than $1 million.
Right.
So this year I actually put,
Yeah, and if we
You know,
were
higher.
spending it the way we should have been spending it, we would have been at zero because we're not refilling it, right? So.
we're not filling it. It's just like a saving account and what you spend on your.
So I agree with my colleagues that we're not going to make up for 15 years of not making an adjustment overnight. But I like the direction that you're coming at it from, is you're not just looking, I know this graph shows that we're looking at our neighbors and what the averages are, but you're going to look at what we need, right? And then come back to us in regards to the CIP project. I did have a question in regards to any surcharges. Do we provide services? We do provide services outside of city limits, right?
Yes.
Is there a surcharge on those homes or on those properties?
Actually, we do have a agreement with those, the municipalities that we provide water to. Oh, yes, you mean the homes that are not within the service? Yes, there are. There are like maybe 10 or 20 cents per 1,000 gallon more.
Okay.
For the homes that are not actually within the cities, municipalities, they are in the different areas.
Like in the
yes.
county, right?
Yes,
Okay.
if
So
you-
the city of Boca does a 25% surcharge?
Similar to that, we
Yeah.
have it in our rate structure currently, it does have that.
Okay, because I think that's something to look at. You know, anyone that's using our resources that don't live inside our city limits, there are, and League of Cities has a whole best practices for surcharges. If you can't bring them in the city walls, but they're using our resources. So I think we should look at that
Right.
surcharge as well and make sure that is at the rate it should be.
Commissioner Wilson, if I may address the fund balance, at September 30th of 2020, the reserve account, the fund balance in the water and sewer utility fund had about $29 million in it. Best practices, just like the general fund, is 2 to 3 months reserves that not be spent. So if you have a $36 million budget for the water and sewer, you're talking about a reserve of about $4 million a month. So 3 months of that would be about a $12 million reserve that you would want to keep there and not spend. So that really only leaves about 17 million of that 29 million to be able to go towards capital projects.
Right.
And so it's not the 29 million, because you still need to leave some money in the bank for, unplanned expenses or overruns in certain projects and things. And so I think you're exactly right. We'll start to look at the different options. There is a utility service index that runs somewhere around 2.5% every year. So what that's telling you is that utilities cost, personnel, and those things are going up 2.5%, 3% per year, but our revenues aren't keeping up with those increases. And so there's different ways to do it, to tie it to an index or to look at other options. But a good CIP for 10 years, looking out 10 years and knowing what your expenses are going to be out 10 years, and then be able to have a plan to fund those. I think we're looking kind of a little short-sighted 1 year or 2 years down the road. We need to look out 5 to 10 years so that we can make sure that some projects we may need to save up over a couple years because it's a big ticket item in years 5 or 6 of the CIP, and we want to put a little money in the bank to be able to pay for that or bond it or however. So I think the rate study will lay all those out. We'll give them different options and have them come back with different options for the commission to take a look at.
And I would also request that any of your studies that are done, that we understand what kind of subsidies these other municipalities are putting forward to their rates. In other words, I don't want to, have everybody at a $9 and an $8 rate and then find out that really it's 4 or 3 because they're subsidizing it and we weren't taking that into consideration.
Yeah.
I want it to be completely
Yeah.
transparent.
Perfect, Mayor. Just on the subsidies, typically in a water and sewer fund, the CIP, and if it's all funded with user fees, if you start to subsidize from the general fund, then you're taking taxpayer dollars and putting it into a water and sewer fund. So, I don't know if some of these other, I haven't seen that. I don't know if other municipalities do that, but that's taking someone who's not a ratepayer, because there's renters and things like that who are using the system who should be paying the fees to fix the system and to run the system and to fix the infrastructure of the system.
Yep.
Can I ask a question? Is there a statutory requirement that you have to do this 4-month survey? Because to me, Mr. Hajimiri just did it for me.
Yeah. Well, that.
And I'm being totally
the-
serious. He's got the fact is, there's a 346% variance, 384% variance, 233%. He did it. He did the study. Why do we have to wait 4 months to bring it up?
There's no statutory requirement, obviously, but
Okay.
that's the consultant's timeline when they answered the RFP, how long it would take them to produce the report.
And this is just one municipality, so
What's
we're,
Palm Beach County?
Is, yes, but there are studies there, that surveys are there comparing us with the other municipality in
Right.
whatever category we want to look at them. As John mentioned about the general fund, as I stated to you, utilities pays more than $5 million a year throughout the general funds. So the rate study is going to look at all that. And rate study is pretty much required when you go to do the rate increase or decrease. They want to see independent, not just Hassan looked at the numbers and he came up with this number. Yeah, thank you.
And one last point on the rate study too, is if you do decide to go to the market and issue bonds, having a rate study that looks at those projections from 5 to 10 years, we'll get a better favorable rate on our bond issue as far as the interest rates and things like that, if we've done that study and we can look at say we're looking at 5 and 10 years out.
makes sense.
I had a quick question, Hassan.
Yes.
Palm Beach County rates just went up the
Yes,
past couple
ma'am.
weeks. So what's reflected on this slide, does that capture the new rates that have been
Yes,
implemented?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
on their water also, and I wasn't happy when I see my water bill going up again. But again, I expect much, much more, not just because of different utilities, you know. If I'm paying more, I expect much more, and they have to deliver. And that's what's the cost of providing high-quality service to the customers.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Good. No, you are awesome to turn
Any other questions? So now we're on to.
Thank you for keeping it quick, Hassan.
Oh, that,
Moving right
I only
along.
took 2 minutes. It was John that took all the time, so.
I didn't hear that. What was that? Oh,
Sam,
Yeah,
Sam's up.
Sam, make it quick.
I'm gonna make it quick.
32 seconds.
And it actually works because when we got this is one of those, we weren't entirely sure what the ask was or what the interest level was. When it just was a broad topic, recreation programs, and it is a very broad topic. We jokingly inside of Parks and Rec refer to that we take families from cradle to grave. We have mommy and me classes in the park, and we run the cemetery, and we have things for programming elements all the way through. I kind of outlined some of the major things that you can think of when you break down your recreation programs, and that's youth sports. That's many of the things we all are familiar with, our children play in, our grandchildren. It's the youth sports programs that are all around the city. Many have been established for a long time. We're really proud of them. And they're partners of ours, and we work closely with them. One thing that I'll throw in there is we're looking to add a youth sport to the community, and that is to run our own flag football program. Those of you that aren't familiar, tackle football is thriving in South Florida, but there is a growing group of people that maybe aren't interested in playing tackle football, where we can offer an opportunity to offer flag football and have their families enjoy it. So we're looking to do that. We've also just established our own internal group called the Youth Sports Council, where we're having all of the leadership groups of all the youth sports groups meet once a month and discuss standards, practices, best policies, and kind of work together more than they ever have. So it's something we're working on within the youth sports world. Senior programs. So one of the programs that's our strongest, most thriving program. Everybody knows of the one at Pompey Park because it bounces, everybody's familiar with that so much. That team over there does incredible stuff. I know you all have been to many of their activities. But there are other senior programs that go on throughout the city too. We've hosted things at Veterans Park, and we do different programming at the Teen Center even sometimes, and sometimes at Catherine Strong. So there's other elements and there's other activities that go on. But the senior program is very strong, and we're really proud of that. And then not the special events that we're used to around the city, like the big 4th of Julys and the Christmas events and so on, but the community events that many of us see, movies in the park, the little pop-up photo shoots are a new twist on things. So those are the things that we're trying to always tweak. You try to be mindful of trends, what's working, what's not. But we try to do a lot of those to engage with the community too, and not offer all of the other things that we do offer, but they're your traditional karate classes and dance classes, yoga classes that we hold in our community centers, but to really get out there. Last summer, we started a bring the camp to the park type of campaign, and it's something we look to do again this summer, is where we have activities in parks that aren't traditional, what we would call active parks, what we call passive parks, such as a Barwick, where we bring activity out to the park, have a fun play day, we have all kinds of games, staff, and invite the community out to participate in those type of things in the park. So we've had a lot of success with that. They've been fun. And then something that I know many of you have probably seen is bringing in different elements into the park to create activities for these community events, like the new chess tables at Old School Square come to mind. And we've recently repurchased some chess pieces. There's actually a chess board that's in the pavement out over by Pier Green, so we're going to activate that and try to have some more programming involved around that, and just try to move that along. And like I said, the programming element of Parks and Recreation is an interesting one because it's always changing, right? It's always kind of evolving, and you just got to stay on top of that and kind of offer those programs that people are interested in. So that's what we try to do.
Great.
Any questions?
I have a question for Sam.
Yeah.
And I think, well, quite naturally, you do an amazing job. But what is the chances, such division and it's, you got Swinton being the divide line. And I think recreation is probably one of the means of maybe closing that gap. And an example would be, you talk about the senior programs. You ever thought about doing a joint initiative with the senior programs? Bringing the organizations together for unity? I mean, we always talk about unity in the community, but we do everything separately. So, and I think your programs has a better chance of making that happen. Just an idea.
What programs would you recommend bringing together? Just curious.
Well, one would be the senior program.
Okay, but where are
I
they?
mean, not necessarily just an event involving the different programs together, you know, just opportunities like that. Whatever youth program you got going on one side of town, bringing those programs together, not on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. It could be just an event of participation. I just think this is a great opportunity.
I do too.
No, I actually think you are spot on, and it's something we're trying to do. As you mentioned, those kind of dividing lines, both physical and imagined.
Yeah, in the mind.
It's cultural,
Mental.
and families have grown up that way for a long time here. First, one of the ways we try to attack it from a parks recreation standpoint is we try not to do the traditional build the same thing in every pocket of the community where you don't need to do that, right? A good example is, would you want to, right now, build a swimming pool at Catherine Strong and a swimming pool at Pompey Park, which has been discussed before? And traditionally, that was done because then the north side and the south side didn't have to cross over Atlantic and do so, and they had it in their own community. But to take a more holistic approach that every time you build something in one of your parks, in one of your facilities, that the whole city benefits from that. And forcefully not duplicating it over and over again in every pocket. So that's one way. And that is actually an initiative what we're trying to do with these seniors. And we're looking at making an entire calendar because pickleball, everyone knows pickleball, but what a great thing to add to a senior complete thing. And that calendar, although it may not initially draw people to them, so you don't physically see that increase in that change, but they become more and more aware of these activities that are happening, right? So
because
the
even if you do it in a
awareness
field trip format, I think that's an opportunity that I think
we're
is available
succeeding
to
a
us.
little bit. You're getting more crossover. There's a lot more people using Pompey Park at the tennis center and at the pools and, and pickleball inside the building. There's more and more of that. It's just not going to happen overnight. But yeah, I think, and that's also why the focus of these community events is a good example, like you said, the events. To put stuff out west, because it's not just Pompey versus east and set, it's 95 too. And we've done very little from an event standpoint historically out west. And that's why we've added those movies in the parks and those pocket park playground areas so that we can do more and more of that, because it's all directions. It's not just Swinton. It's not just northwest, southwest, and it's, really creating that the entire city as a citizen, you benefit every time there's an additional park or upgrade to the park or there's a facility on the other side of town.
I have a question.
I'm glad you, just real quick, piggybacking on your pickleball, I'm glad you brought that up because I meant to bring it up when we were talking about the different things earlier. But that's something that seems to be, it crosses all age groups, it crosses every boundary. I mean, everybody's playing it. I mean, my son came home, he's now out playing with, during the summer months because he's back away at home from college, going out with my husband. It doesn't matter if you have bad knees, you can get out there and do it because you don't have to, you don't have a whole tennis court to have to play. So you can understand why it's so popular. And then the younger generation, they're more, eye-hand coordinated. They're as quick as a whip, so they never miss a ball. So it puts them in a different category. But anyway, that's a really interesting thing. That would be a great opportunity to bring together. I know that Pompey Park has a tremendous number of pickleball players that go inside. A lot of people don't even know that there's an indoor court there, that they can use the indoor courts. So just trying to get that crossover, I think, with some of these. Chess is another great opportunity. I know that Spady Museum is going to be hosting, and we've got the chessboard at Old School Square, having those chess tables in Old School Square, inviting it back and forth so that we really actually get rid of that line, start to, blur it, and make it so that it's not a line that people are actually thinking about anymore, and that it's our city, not this side of town and that side of town.
Yeah, I just think that invisible line has been in place for too long.
Too long, absolutely.
Yeah.
We've got to do something to get rid of it.
And I go back to the playgrounds, it's that same type of thing. Putting something somewhere like the Merritt Park example where you're willing to go, out of your way to go find something that's really cool and that you really
Yes.
enjoy, and it's not on your side, so you're willing to cross those boundaries. And I think those things all matter, and that's a long-range approach, but it's something we actually plan for and consider on almost everything we do, whether that's
Yep.
the CIP stuff, the improvements, or the programming element.
But like Chief said, an event here or there to bring everybody together, I think it's important, and I think it actually will start to blur the line. Good idea.
Just two things.
Yep.
Quickly. This isn't a complaint, it was an observation. When the Little League from Pompey Park went over to the park, Miller Park, they were astonished at how much nicer the park, Miller Park, was. Just astonished, just thought I'd pass that along to you. Did we ever convert Veterans Park's Community Center to a pickleball?
No.
We did not.
Okay, I missed out. I
And
thought
if
we
I could
were
mention the
gonna do that.
baseball,
We don't keep that up, right? Isn't that Bunky Den, or was it?
right, so we have a contracted maintenance, but we actually have a contracted maintenance of the ball fields at Pompeii as well. So we're out to differentiate, and this is where it gets lost. When you visit a park, right? But the baseball fields themselves at Pompeii Park are in amazing condition. If you go
No,
out there
I'm
and
talking
walk
about-
them.
I'm talking the
bu-
facilities,
Right.
sorry.
And what we do is, we're comparing a facility that was built in the late 70s and renovated in the late 70s with something that was built in, 2008, 2009, right? So those things are always going to be different, and it hurts in that discussion when it's Pompeii versus the other side of town and everything else that goes again.
But that's going to be changed when we do the whole redo of Pompey
Correct.
Park, because
But a
the
lot of
fields-
people don't know that, is
Right.
all I'm saying. They don't realize that we're
Right.
about to do
Right.
a $23 million
Understood.
improvement. All they know is they took their kids to the competition over at Miller Park, wherein they've been playing over at Pompeii, and no comparison.
And
The
if I
bleachers,
could
the
go-
bathrooms, the concession stands, and you know where I'm going with that.
I do, and I would say that that's one of that discussions that we're kind of talking about is that's their park too.
Exactly.
and
But
that goes
the
back
games are
into-
not scheduled there. Unfortunately, we have.
Two different Little League,
We've
yep.
inherited a historical, we're over here and you're over there, and we're not going to merge. And because of that, I think that might be another source, not that, if we were all one, perhaps Pompey Park's Little League would have gotten an improvement, but it didn't happen. So it's just a market thing that I'm sure you're aware of more than I am. And what happened with the pickleball situation at Veterans, because of the construction or something?
Well, it was-
Because they're just everywhere. Pickleballs at Pompeii, pickleballs at the tennis center. Pickleball, I thought, was at Veterans Park. It might be other places I don't even know about.
Pickleball will go in everybody's driveway if you let them. Like, there is such a demand for
Concerned,
pickleball.
because we have people coming from outside of Delray, and I don't know if there's any way we can say, no, you don't live here, you don't play here.
Oh. On that front, what happened with Veterans Park was it became a very controversial thing. There's a lot of complaints about what it could be and what it couldn't be, is from a noise volume, from a traffic.
Parking.
And parking. So there was complaints, but at the same time, when budgets got tightened due to COVID, it was like one of the first things we looked at is like need versus necessity and versus want, right? And that we already offer 8 pickleball courts at the tennis center. We have 2 over at Catherine Strong. We have 3 indoors at the community center. We have 4 at the Pompey Park. So there's opportunities, and it wasn't like someone was losing in that discussion when we looked at budget tight. It was that that's not an expansion. So
They're not
that
at
was where it
Barwick.
was that.
They're not at Barwick.
Did I say
No.
Barwick?
No.
No, just ask.
No, not at Barwick, no. But one of the things that happens with that is, you kind of touched on it, is we were one of the first to have that type of volume of courts. So we've built this huge base of fans. They love the tennis center, right? Because most pickleball communities are not in your tennis center where they have all those other amenities around them with bathrooms and clubhouses. So they love it here, and they come here from other communities that haven't yet. Well, Boca just opened 6 new, so there might be as other communities catch up a little bit, there might be a lessened of a demand and where we serve more of our residents.
There was a complaint about the pickleball players taking over the basketball, indoor basketball, so.
I was
don't
one of
know if
those
That was
complainers.
resolved.
Yeah.
Not good for,
Did you win or lose? That's the question.
If you go up against the pickleball crew, you always lose.
There you go.
On or off the court.
I know the young kids can't outdo the
tough.
pickleball players, that's for sure.
So I only had one quick comment, and it was just because I know Janet Meeks, you mentioned transportation, and then Chief Sims, you mentioned field trips. And transportation seems to be, an issue. And I know we pay for the Delray Rocks transportation, right, to away games, which is pretty costly. To be able to do these field trips, one of the things that would hold us back is transportation. We have 2 flag football teams that will be playing in a tournament next weekend in Delray Beach, and they're trying to find a way to get to the games, right? Because they don't have transportation. They're calling around businesses right now. So I think that's something to consider, is that it seems to be coming up a lot, and I know there's probably insurance issues that we have to look into, but a wrapped Delray Beach 15 passenger, whatever it is, doesn't have to be, well, actually for Delray Rocks, it has to be like pretty big, right? But man, we spend a significant amount of money on that, and yet we don't have it full time. If we did have it full time, it could, it could create a lot of opportunities. I know when Freebie during COVID was just giving rides to people from Pompeii to the beach. I mean, that was huge for, these kids and teenagers jumping a Freebie and go hang out on the beach. So I just think transportation like that, specifically like that, should be, maybe explored in regards to your programming.
I'm going to sound like a sour pickle today because more and more the school district is not doing whatever, and I look at my school bill, tax bill, and it seems to be the biggest of the entire thing. And I'm saying, well, what are they doing with the money? They've cut out the arts. There is no music. They've cut out the support of the athletic activities. I think we as a community need to stand up and say, what are you doing with the money? Because the school buildings aren't getting improved. There's complaint from the teachers, they're not getting paid. I think accountability, but that's off the subject. Thank you.
Can't disagree.
All right, are we ready to prioritize?
Yes, we are. So everyone has this, the major findings, policies, and programs that flowed from the research and just drove the discussion, analysis, and questions that we just participated in. It's that slide right there that's up on the screen, major findings, policies, and programs. It's the 9 topics we just covered. And now it's the right time for prioritization of these policies and programs. And once again, it's just like the capital projects. It's not like binary, like yes or no, start it or stop it, or have it or don't have it. I mean, the options, as we all know, I mean, it could be study it, could be start it, could be continue it, could be expand it, right? Could be change it, right? So tomorrow we get into the major implementation issues with each of these, and you've already been briefed on a number of those key elements to each of these. Making all of these successful capital projects, policies, programs, and then city institutional capacity. So looking at the this list here on policies and programs, and realizing it could mean different things on different issues, right? Expand it, study it, right? What would y'all like to do on policies and programs?
Did we determine that because there's the fund for economic development right now, you're in a good position?
I would still need support and direction from the commissioners and other city staff about kind of where the gaps are and where it would be best for me to design programming. So I wouldn't take it entirely off the table.
Okay.
If that funding is available, and I can put that to use by putting together new programs, and if it's also flexible so that I can add capacity to my department, then I think we're in a good place financially.
Does it allow for capacity?
Do we have any restrictions on that anymore, or is it just for economic development purposes?
It's committed fund balance for 500,000 for economic development. I don't know, as far as the resolution, I wasn't here, but I don't know of any restrictions on it.
Okay, so we'll look into that in terms of what we put forward in our next year's budget. That's what I would recommend. So
think
we're
that-
going for about 5 or 6 priorities?
I was going to say, I think that one of the top priorities was what the shock and awe of everybody on the utility rate study. I think that has to be on there, somewhere close to the top, so that we can, yeah, exactly.
Is there a consensus on that one?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And once again, that doesn't mean, well, we're taking this specific policy action. It could mean, hey, we want staff to continue research and come back with
I think it-
recommendations.
Question, we haven't talked
What's that?
All right.
the,
What?
West Atlantic Redevelopment.
Yeah, we
District.
did.
Yes, we did. You were,
Absolutely.
There's more.
All right.
youth programs and education, I think we determined that's not a substantial amount of money and worthwhile.
Yep,
Consensus?
yes.
Thank you.
And I think that, you know, the chief was speaking about the community outreach, the wraparound services, mental health, homeless, substance abuse. That's got to be up at the top, too. That is something that is kind of almost our, we have a.
We're known for that.
Right, and we don't want to lose any kind of ground on that, so whatever we can do to support the chief and what he's looking for as far as getting those members on his police force upgraded to be able to do some of the mental health work that we're requiring of him. We want to make sure we're assisting that.
May I ask a question? Did we ask for money for that? Was that one of our
Yeah, that we didn't
legislative
get it.
actions? We did not get it.
No.
Nothing? We got
Nothing.
zero?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing
Yeah.
on any of them.
Oh my gosh, I thought we had.
Nope.
Okay. it's
So
glass half
consensus
full.
on
Yes, mental
continue
health,
support for this or consider expansion of this program?
outreach and wraparound.
All right.
I mean, I think workforce housing kind of,
We're doing
it takes
that.
care of itself, so to me,
Right.
it's not something I would put up at the top of the list because it's maintaining it.
As I look at the West Atlantic redevelopment, I know I had to step out when we talked about that, but the goals for the 0 to 3 years are really attainable. I mean, it's really 3 to 5, where there's just it's a lot more in there, and it'll probably be tackled a decent amount by the CRA because it's
Right, but that's what I think that
it's
we
more
kind of have come up
infrastructure.
with.
We
It's
were
more
thinking it
towards
was
them.
more
But did you take a look
CRA
at the 0 to 3 years?
Yes, I mean,
And-
we didn't discuss that today,
Here,
but
but we
when we
know.
were doing our plan, I looked at it closely, and I think we're doing some of that, or we could be doing some of that, exactly. But I guess what she's saying, and I agree, is I think we'd be leaning more on the CRA.
Anthea brought up that the CRA hasn't even adopted it yet. Oh, we're the CRA, we haven't adopted it. I mean, or we're 5 out of the 7.
Right.
I mean, it's
We were
a
asking
city
about the
plan
West
that the
Atlantic
CRA hopefully is
redevelopment
following. They
and
don't
the,
need to adopt it.
Objectives that we were supposed to be looking at from 0 to 3 months. Can you give me the evening to refresh my memory on what they are, and I'll look at my booklet tonight? Because off the top of my head, I can't really remember everything that's in there, Ryan, but I'm with you. I think we should be looking at those to start checking them off the list.
Yeah, the main item for the 0 to 3 years is education for the community. It's
Right.
really is putting our city staff, our police force, and even our community members through trainings or having resources to start laying the foundation for what it means to, build wealth in a community or fight gentrification and those different programs. So that's what I'm saying. That 0 to 3 is actually pretty. It's conduct financial literacy workshops on quarterly basis. And in different trainings for the community on racial equity, and I think those are things that we
Yeah, no,
we
you know
can
what?
accomplish.
I'd like to discuss it. I'm just going to ask for tonight to go back and look at
Okay.
it and go through those items one by one, because there was a lot in it. And I just want to make sure I just want to cover it all.
Okay.
And that's quite honestly, one of the reasons we structured it over 2 days is because the discussions on day 1 might trigger something.
Right.
And then you or the team may go, hey, let me take a second look at this and let's bring it back up on day 2.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have my notebook, thank you.
Anything else on
Oh, I have it at
priorities for
home.
policies?
What was the growth management again? I don't recall that, what was that?
That
What-
was the talk about the boards and the, opting out is not an option
Oh, it was-
on
yeah, yeah,
historic.
yeah. Okay, I'm not,
Yeah, sometimes, as I said, these were expressed as broader themes during
yeah.
the research, but then
It's
that's the
here, page
opportunity for you as
17.
policymakers during the workshop to bring clarity, definition, and make them actionable if you
Oh,
choose.
I said is not an option, but yours says truly an option. Sorry.
Um,
Okay, put that on the list.
Well, I know, again, I just had to step out, and it seems like you guys were super productive when I stepped out. You hit like,
Sorry.
you hit like 3 areas very quickly. But in regards to growth management, like, I thought that was a big priority, and then I looked at what that ended up being a breakdown of, and that's not what I thought. I thought it was more gonna be in regards to expanding neighborhood overlay districts and protecting areas like,
we didn't really talk
and-
about that.
Yeah, so if it's not, okay.
Yeah, because I have to tell you, I mean, there are some things on here that I'm not familiar with because you might have had that as one of
Right.
your,
Yeah.
and I didn't. And
Got
so
it.
we weren't really understanding why that was even on there when,
Right.
in your absence.
So I would like to see us be a lot more proactive in protecting our different areas of our city and
Well, that's way up at the top of my
different
list.
neighborhoods,
So,
you
go
know,
ahead
so
and
that
add
we're
it.
not constantly running into this issue of someone comes before us and we're like, well, we don't want you to do that, but we didn't actually say you can't do that, so I kind of got to let you do that, and then, you know, I would like to be,
I would put that at the top of the list.
Yeah.
okay, good,
Yeah.
great.
So that would
No.
be your fourth, that's your
And
fourth one.
Please help your facilitator. How would you like to articulate that?
Just say growth management.
Yeah,
Well, now
that's
we know.
okay now, or keep Delray, you know.
Kind of retain the character. of-
Delray
Right.
overlay.
Yeah,
Right.
Delray
Yeah.
overlay.
Let's just call it that.
Yeah.
I guess no one used Village by the Sea.
And then Thea was just pointing out that there are limitations with property rights and things like that. We share a
Preemptive
microphone.
language
Yeah.
on single family
But-
and duplex.
Within the realm, no, just within the, I think, within the realms, when we hear from our residents, you know, everyone lives in a different part of our city and has different expectations and thinks that some rules shouldn't just be all citywide, that in this neighborhood it should be a little like this, and we already have some of that. I think it's time that we, you know, explore expanding that and adding some zones and adding some overlays.
I'm all for that,
Okay.
as you know.
That's exactly why we're doing the workshop.
Great,
because
great.
It opens up opportunities for these kind of discussions. Anything else on priorities for policies and programs?
We'll roll
Did
back
we give
around to
you
the West
4?
Atlantic, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I mean,
We're
there's
gonna-
not a magic number, please.
Okay.
We just did
It's
utility
really whatever
rates.
you deem as policymakers, hey, that's important and feasible
Services
right
we
now.
did.
Doesn't mean
Yeah.
we're not gonna do it in the future,
Education.
doesn't mean we're stopping doing it, but
I thought we were
I
going to
think
do
we should
utility
correct
rate
programs.
study.
We
We
do.
did. That's number
Okay, I
one.
didn't hear, sorry.
yeah.
Can we add
My
the,
I
handwriting,
can't,
right,
well, I
is
can't see
lousy,
it. I
Vice
can't
Mayor
see it. It's
Johnson.
just too far back.
It's terrible.
Without
so,
my glasses, I
we have 4. We're going to most likely add West Atlantic redevelopment
Okay.
plan or aspects of it. And can we throw, should we throw recreational programs on there?
Are you going to do all 9?
No, I think I think those need tweaks,
Yeah,
but
okay. I
I
don't
don't
think that we
think
need
it's
to
not
have
like
a-
an overhaul
I
type
agree.
thing. I think
I
we're in a
agree.
good, I think we're in good shape.
I think
Okay.
the fifth one is fine.
I just want to make sure economic development's up there. I can't see the board.
Well, we
It's not because we
deemed
were
she's
talking
got
about
a
she's got
large
the-
fund of money.
Yeah, well, I just,
Well,
to me, that's, outside of the utility rate, that's my number one priority. That's what keeps the city running. And it's not just, you know, businesses or bars or restaurants. Pickleball tournaments, bringing hundreds of people to our downtown and staying in our hotels, heads and beds. The sports tourism aspect of it. Economic development is huge net. And to me, that would be number 2 for me. These other things, there's some nice luxuries in here. Rec program, that's a luxury to me. And no disrespect, Sam, but transportation for tournaments, that's not a necessity from my perspective. I'm just one voice, obviously, but I just think not including economic development is bad for any community.
But we determined there's a fund with substantial
See, I think we're just trying
money.
to figure out how to get the funding to what it hasn't been funded, I believe, is, it's not like not.
But this
focusing
is policy to me.
on it. Right.
So to keep that as a policy, and I'm glad Laura's not, that's a policy. That doesn't mean you have a pot of money we can spend.
So let me clarify a little bit about what I'm hoping from you all from this. The money is important, don't get me wrong. But to your point, economic development means many things to many people. You can connect it to just about anything. So as a commission, really, I need you to decide where, our limited efforts and time and resources are going to be spent. If you're wanting your economic developer to focus on tourism and convention and visitor bureau kind of stuff, that's a completely different animal than what I was talking about. If you want it to encompass all of those things, I need about 8 more people, right? So it's a very different thing. So you have to decide what it is, and I need some good direction. And I can certainly provide some insights in a little bit, after I've been here a little bit of a while, where I think the low-hanging fruit is and where a good place to start is. But I think it's definitely something that needs to be discussed in the next 8 to 9 months at length.
Yeah, I think we really do need a workshop, especially because, you've just joined our team. For me, the big focus would be to get Congress on our, helping out with our taxes and paying our bills. We need to get businesses out there. We need to fill our industrial space. We also need to fill our office buildings, and it's not just waiting to see if the phone rings and answering it. It's making the phone calls, right, and being proactive. But that's where our tax base on Congress is a real opportunity. It would help the entire city. Not just in that it would create jobs for people, but it would help pay some of those big bills.
And to follow up on your point, all I see on TV is all these New Yorkers are moving to Florida. All these people are escaping where they're at, and they're coming to Florida. What are we doing to attract these businesses, these hedge funds? They're all going to Miami. I mean, there's so many things that we should be proactive, in my view, but you're an expert, maybe.
Right, and step one, as I mentioned in my slide, was I need an inventory of all available spaces and to understand and work with Anthea about what the zoning is and where it's appropriate for these businesses to go and where they should do. I'm starting from literally ground zero. So those are all things I need to work through, and it needs guidance. I need guidance for that.
But workshop economic development. Yeah, what's great is on some of these issues today, you've been not only identifying the objective, but then the action steps, which is what we would have been covering tomorrow. So good progress on that. Anything else on policies, programs, or wrap that up and move on to city government?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to add, since I heard Renee and I mentioned it earlier.
Oh, hey.
And I couldn't walk up here for the West Atlantic master plan. So it was mentioned a couple times, and I just wanted to say that the CRA did recommend that the city adopt the West Atlantic master plan, and the city did recently adopt the West Atlantic master plan. It is on our website, and the CRA staff, we reference the West Atlantic master plan alongside our redevelopment plan on a daily basis. So the goals that are listed within the West Atlantic master plan, we do look at, we do reference, and they are incorporated. Our CRA redevelopment plan, that was going through amendments before the pandemic. It was put on hold because there was, public meetings that needed to be held that, we weren't sure, how they could be safely held. We are looking into, bringing that process forward again so that we can move forward with the CRA redevelopment plan and then incorporate the West Atlantic master plan within our CRA development plan. So I just wanted to clarify that we do reference it on a daily basis for our projects.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right, I think we can wrap up the second category then, policies and programs, and move on to the third category of major themes that were expressed during the research phase. We've got 30 minutes until the commemorative group picture and wrap up the day. So we'll probably just get through, a couple of topics and then restart with city government first thing in the morning. Get that done and then move on to action steps now that you've identified and confirmed your specific objectives. So with that, I will hand it over to
Dwayne.
Our Director DeAndrea to begin addressing HR workforce development issues.
Yes, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? As you heard from our colleagues, they're working on some pretty important CIP projects, and to make that happen, they need employees, qualified human capital, to perform these tasks and run these departments. As the mayor said, businesses are constantly changing, and so is talent management, which is part of the human resources umbrella. I want to speak to a few of the goals we are investigating or implementing to move each of these categories forward. These goals will move us forward toward making us more competitive in the marketplace. We've established these goals via exit interviews, stay interviews, and meetings with other agencies and HR staff. As you view my slide there, I talk about these 6 different categories under talent management, being recruitment, hiring, retention, professional development, performance evaluations, and employee wellness. I know my slide is very busy. Those items that are bullet points on my slide are goals or initiatives that we want to take moving forward that I believe will move us to the next phase and being competitive, not only with the public, but the private businesses out there. So let's start with recruitment. I think one of the goals is to become an employer of choice for a variety of generations by improving the use of social media dedicated to recruitment. We've talked about social media before, and I think it's time for the Human Resources Department to move forward in that direction. I want to invest resources in a next generation initiative to expand what we've built here at the City of Delray Beach, which is an excellent shadow days and internship program, and to refocus our efforts on apprenticeships moving forward as well. Our general employee pay plan is overdue for a compensation study. The Society of Human Resource Management recommends every 3 to 4 years a total compensation study being performed. We are coming up on our 6th year of doing that, so I believe that's something that needs to be addressed this year. And then as we talk about changes in being competitive out there, some of the things that we looked at is a benefit plan that can be more flexible to attract Generation Z. For example, some of the things that have been other agencies are moving towards is instead of tuition reimbursement, offering maybe loan repayment, increased pension buyback. Ours is 3 years currently at the City of Delray Beach. The move is to go much further than that going forward. 6 to 10 years is what other agencies are looking at. And also offering education incentives, such as the Palm Beach County School District has, to where if the position you apply for requires a bachelor's degree and you have a master's degree and you're selected for that position, there's some compensation associated with that that rewards your educational efforts. For the hiring piece, some of the goals that we looked at was improve the process to replace employees who are currently in the drop. We have really no succession plan here implemented at the City of Delray Beach. I think that's something that needs to be addressed moving forward. A budget overlap in the position 1 or 2 months, so new employees are trained and ready to hit the ground running when the retiree exits day 1. For a retention piece, I have some things here that I think we should address. Institute shift differentials for 2nd and 3rd shifts, or for non-normal work shifts of Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, something that we need to look at and probably implement. Institute formal career progression and succession plans. I just talked about it. I think succession planning for us is a need now, and something that we're looking to address. And then institute internal job shadowing. We've done that on occasion here at the city, but we have some qualified candidates that are, on the right bus but in the wrong seat, and maybe they want to expand their career paths by joining a different department or learning a new skill, and I think that we can accommodate that. Moving forward in professional development, I'd like to establish an educational committee to coordinate improving citywide development offerings, whether that be through train-the-trainer type processes or pod training or whatever the case may be. Look at all different kinds of trainings so that we can educate our workforce and progress them forward and help them achieve their goals. And then we need to budget the resources to increase internal trainings and/or utilize consultants. That's one of the items that we have not done a very good job of. I understand the past couple of years have been tough for all of us, but that's one of the focuses we probably need to readdress again. And then performance evaluations. You've heard me talk about this. They're ever evolving. There's always different ways to do performance evaluations. I think we've started a study with some other agencies to determine the validity of the current evaluation process. There's companies, Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies that are moving away from performance evaluations. So I think that a real good understanding and study of the type of performance evaluations that are out there, what other successful agencies and companies are doing, is something that we're going to take a real look at for this fiscal year. And then employee wellness. We have a great wellness center. We have a great wellness program. It's one of the main benefits of being an employee of the city of Delray Beach. And I think that we can, enhance that a little bit. We have a lot of, our EAP offerings. Maybe we need to specialize in treating first responders, enhancing the offerings of mental health training, and then also increase possibly vaccinations of different sorts at the wellness center that they provide. I think those are some key items that, like I said, we're trying to be competitive in the 21st century now with many different generations. We have a significant amount of people in the DROP program now. So we're trying to coordinate succession plans for directors to be able to fill those positions moving forward and grow our own internal employees in helping them maintaining their career goals.
Dwayne,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have trouble attracting, people to work for the city?
For the city of Delray Beach?
Yeah.
It depends on what the career path is. I can honestly say in Anthea's department, it's tough sledding for us.
Okay.
But it's not only tough sledding for us, it's for all
Right,
agencies.
so that's an industry-wide situation.
That is an industry-wide.
But I'm just talking about just generally, are we a city that people really do try to come to and work?
We are a city, yes. We
Okay.
attract good talent.
And
I would say
I ask
just
that
looking
because
up
I
here.
know that we're talking about doing some additional incentives, and I think to myself, well, if we are attracting people, and it's not that I don't want to incentivize, but if we're going to be offering, and I think this is a great idea to offer like loan repayment incentives to, generate a younger group to come in. But at the same time, I don't want them coming here just to get their loan repaid. So, there could be give and take. It's, we'll do it for you, but you've got to give us, a certain number of years, or you got to pay it back. Those are the kinds of things that I would like to see done to attract, whoever it is that you're looking for, a younger group or whatever, but not to allow somebody to come in to use us and then walk away.
Yes, ma'am. And that is one of the things that there is some incentive. If you do participate in that program with other agencies that have it, you have to provide us 2 full years or you repay back the loan repayment back.
Right, and maybe it should be longer than that, but anyway, that doesn't seem very long. But I also think that, once they're here and they can recognize the, the wellness center and some of the other things that we offer, I'll tell you, if my colleagues have not tried that or been there, I mean, with all my kids, we're everywhere, but that's been like a godsend. It really is. I mean, I can't get into, my kid's doctor's office, and yet I can call over there and get them in a very quick time frame to help them out for a flu or something like that, something simple.
Yep.
But it works, and I think that it's a tremendous benefit. So
Madam Mayor,
anyway.
if I could jump in on your first question, if I could, at least off the top of my head, I can identify probably 3 specific areas in which we do have a bit of a struggle. We know in Anthea shop, inspectors, plan reviewers and whatnot, that is an industry-wide thing. Hassan just walked in, but we do have a similar situation, particularly with the water treatment plant operators and certain class licenses there. And also, believe it or not, purchasing. I don't I know of just so many government agencies struggling in that professional category. So if I had to identify the top three, those would probably be it. And so those are the three. If we were to move into some kind of differential pays or incentive pays for certifications and whatnot, I would really probably at least recommend those three areas where we're struggling. And those are the types of things where, you know, incentivizing like a certification in procurement, I mean, that can keep somebody here while they're training and getting ready to take their exams and whatnot, and then keep them here longer once they get it, because we can give them that 5% maybe, you know, once they get that certification. So those are the types of things that not only bring them here, but can keep them here longer, and we wouldn't have to worry about some of those repayment type of situations, so. But those are kind of the top three that I can think of. I know IT, it's very competitive out there in IT as well, so, but you're not quite on the top three list, Jay, but you're close.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Anyone else?
Yeah, I was just gonna jump in. Those seem like the urgent, you know, the urgent issues in those three departments, and how can we attract that? And then a lot of what you talked about, if it's not an issue today, it's going to be. So someone who employs multiple generations, everything you knew about Gen X, times by 2 for the millennials, now times that by 10 for Gen Z. So you really do have to start thinking about those, you know, quality of life benefits, because that's what these next generations are looking for, and I think you're heading in the right direction. But we really need to modernize if we're going to stay competitive on what, you know, what future team members are looking for.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, sure. So talent management and IT/technology, I think those are like at the top of my list of importance. You know, when Anthea, I'm not picking on you, but I hear so many complaints that
Me too.
Someone wants a permit and they're waiting weeks or longer. And it's not because of you or your staff, it's because you don't have the bodies to do it. I also hear all the time that, well, we don't have space to put people. Well, we have a thing called Zoom now that people seem to be doing a pretty good job with, that, you know, there could be a rotation or some creative way for people to not have to drive a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour to work. You know, they can work from home and maybe be more productive. I think many of the things we learned from the pandemic is to think outside of the box in this area. And, you know, I would just encourage it, and hopefully there's support for it, to look at some of these things that, you know, if Anthea needs to hire 3, 4 obviously qualified people, make space at home or do things if you seem appropriate. The one thing I do note from the last time that we had this goal setting is, for some of you, most of you probably don't know, I was a commissioner from 2009 through 2015, and then sat out for term limits, and then came back in 2018. I came to this goal setting, the last one, and I'm like, who the hell are half these people? I knew Dolores and Chief Sims, and that was it. But coming now, coming now, I see so many people that were there, you know, a few years ago.
Yeah.
That is starting to steady the ship. Are we perfect? No. Do we have work to do? Yes. But, you know, I think that's been a big improvement, and I credit, you know, Dwayne and Miss Alvarez, particularly Miss Alvarez, to getting the executive leadership over the last year or so. You deserve a lot of credit for that. So thank you. I love what you put together. It's a lot of detail, but appropriately so in my book. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, then now you know when it's my slide, because it's a question, and we make it really easy. So, so, you know, this came up as a major finding, increase efficiency, and obviously when I look at that, I see a citywide, broad type of statement, and this is when I want to probe the commission and understand the context in which that this was shared, and what your visions are, and, you know, if there's any concerns that were brought up. So with that, I boot it to you.
I would just think the priority is, and it's funny, that image up there, any department that is using a typewriter or whatever the metaphor is for that,
Green screen.
right? Those are the ones that need to be a priority. I'm sure all departments could, you know, use some different technology upgrades, and there's always the latest cutting edge things, but we need to focus on the ones that haven't, you know, like you mentioned, you have like DOS screens that you're like utilizing. That's insane to me. So we really just need to focus on the ones that are in the Stone Ages when it comes to technology.
And I'm going to tell you, I mean, since I've been here in 2013, this has been the promise that has never been delivered. And I'm telling you, we've spent a tremendous amount of money in IT to update. In fact, I, fully expected that everything would have been automated in your department at this point in time, and it's not. And I think that slows us down. And unfortunately, I don't know how to get there. I just know that we've agreed to spend money to get there, as a commission, but yet we're still getting that same over and over complaint that we're so, just, behind in the IT department or the technology department in the different areas. So when you ask what kind of innovations we would feel would best serve our community, making it easier for our businesses, our, builders and developers, and even our just general constituents to pay bills and to get information and to be able to submit their, information. It makes it easier for them. That's what I think, because if we all remember who we're here for, it isn't for us, and it's not for our jobs, it's for the people that basically are paying the taxes to have a city that's functioning and running efficiently. So that's what I see us as being where we can really kind of maybe focus some efforts. And again, I don't know what that means. I just know what I'm hearing and the disappointment. So I think that if we can find ways to make it so that our customers are more satisfied and they feel as though we're just hitting it out of the park, that's when I think that, we've done what we have been tasked to do. That's how I feel.
Well, I'm willing to take that and run with it, because even our staff here, when we have our executive meetings and they sit here and they listen to me bark and complain because I'm still seeing carbon copy paper on certain forms going around the city. You guys know what I'm talking about. I almost lose it and fall out of my chair. But so some of that is also just internal. Think about the internal time that we lose that translates out to the public. So I'm happy to take that and run with it. I just really wanted to capture, and understand that feedback from the commission and how this came about in the context in which it was. But I could even say, I mean, even in the purchasing world, we were right before COVID, and, going into COVID really had some benefits, if you really think about it. We learned how to do a lot of things differently, and we just made it happen, and we threw aside the concern that we're going to hear complaints and whining and what happened. And so when COVID hit, we used to accept bids electronically, but as well in paper format. And every time I would suggest, let's just start doing everything electronically, oh, no, the vendors are going to complain. They want to come in, they want to see you, they want to hand in that paper.
COVID was
and
the
let me tell you what
excuse.
happened. We ran with it.
Yeah.
We never looked back.
That's right.
I don't think I ever heard a single complaint. Not a single complaint.
And that's the thing.
And they get used to it and they do it quickly. So, I mean,
It's taking that step. And I
yeah.
think that's been so hesitant because you feel like you're really going to get the pushback.
Right. Yeah.
Should have taken it, years ago.
Yeah. So I'm ready to run with it. So I think we know what we need on that one.
Get to chime in.
Oh, I apologize.
That's all right. I want to thank you for this beautiful graphic, because this is the story of my life. I learned how, I honestly did. I learned how to type in high school on a manual typewriter. I was blessed to work with IBM. They were still, typewriters were manual when I joined IBM in 1969, and I saw the progression from that to all the iterations to, when I left, they hadn't gotten to laptops, but here in Boca, they were getting ready to do the computers at your home. So, not to give my age away, thank God I survived COVID, so I don't mind telling it. But this is what I see, and I don't like it. I really don't like it. Carbon paper, we used to roll carbon paper into to get our duplication. So I'm just happy that
As long as we don't have a ditto machine.
Oh, yes. They probably, yeah.
And then it's like
dirty,
this.
nasty.
Remember?
But it's,
Purple, that's right.
I'm clearly too young, I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay.
okay, Mayor, you just gave your age away.
It was the early days.
I'm getting dirty looks from the other side of the room.
Okay, so, anyone else, or let's move on, because I know we're under time constraint. We got, I don't know, about 25 more minutes before we have to wrap it up, and I know that there's a picture.
Next one's mine, and it's easy
Yep.
as well, so perfect. What I really wanted to talk about, this was, again, one of those broad topics that came up out of the interviews and surveys, and what we've been talking about internally is what I'd like to propose on this, and that is really to take the city into the next step of a long-term strategic planning process. So if that will is there, I think I would be working particularly with our finance director to maybe come up with a budget that could begin that process next year. And I'm talking about a 20-year plan. I'm talking about a lot of what Dr. Saviak shared with you this morning, where we're really going to identify this city's mission, vision, goals, strategic objectives, how we measure them into the future, how we tie that to everything that we do in a budget process. It's a very intensive type of planning process. It would take us at least, I would say, a full year, if not longer. And I can kind of walk the commissioners through what it would look like at the end, but you've probably seen this in other cities. I think West Palm Beach has a pretty nice one. City of Fort Lauderdale has a very intense one. Miami Beach I'm familiar with. So if there's that will, and you guys give me that go-ahead and you want to understand more about it, we can just kind of bring it forward and start planning that. But I just really wanted to see if this is a goal setting and this is short-term. But if you wanted to take it to that next level and you really wanted to present a 20-year vision for the city, we're ready to do that.
I think that sounds amazing.
4 years ago.
Okay, so.
But wait,
I'm gonna-
I want to just, may I?
Okay, go ahead, go
I
ahead.
think it sounds amazing, but I feel as though, and this is no offense to you because you're making a great offer, we're looking to hire somebody, and perhaps we should engage with the new city manager, if we have one, to, move forward. I mean, I totally appreciate.
This can be a question.
Yeah, it's a great question, your offer, and I think it's great. I do, and I think we probably are going to look to
Okay,
this.
and
We're happy to
so-
queue that up even then. I mean, because this would just be a concept phase right now, so I'm happy to queue that up. Yeah.
I'm gonna be the fly in the ointment. And I'm gonna say this in total respect, because I have not seen West Palm Beach's, plan, and maybe it was different than what we were doing previously. But one of the things that happened with the first 2 years as a commissioner, we came into these meetings and we were doing a short-term, mid-term, and long-term plan. And what we found was we spent a heck of a lot of time on that long-term and mid-term plan. And, by the next couple of years, everything was out the door and everything had changed. And whatever we did, all that energy and time that was spent was for naught, because everything changed, you know what I mean? It's like we don't know what, and so like I said, I don't know if maybe it's different from what we're talking about, but it just seemed like it was a great amount of time expended with not a lot of positives back, because you didn't really spend the time on the things that were most important, which are this short-term planning where we can get this stuff done. I don't know. I have my doubts because we shifted it after that second year. I don't think that you were here after that second year with me. But regardless, we shifted it and we made it, we used to actually put it up on the wall, if you remember. Strategic planning for the future. But when we looked back on these plans, they just didn't even envision what we were moving into. And so it didn't make sense to spend that kind of energy and time. I don't know.
You're also making determinations for future.
That's right. Another commission that basically has no interest in what you were doing.
Was that the 2020 vision, or is that?
No, that's something totally
Something
different.
with the
Totally
community.
different, I
Okay.
think. Unless that's what you're talking about, like a visioning, like with the community. I mean,
We
that
don't
was
have
a
one. We
strategic
don't have
visioning.
one.
So part of the visioning process would engage the community, yes.
Well,
So
then
I'm
that
talking
might
about
be-
something that would take it to that level.
That I could
Yes.
understand, but this was more of like a goal setting with that kind of strategic planning in the goal setting that didn't make sense because it wasn't something we were ever going to achieve.
Right.
And so we dropped that.
The only thing I would comment on that would be some of what you've heard today. We've talked a lot about where things down the road and down the years, we did a lot of great things and kind of fell apart along the way. And that's possibly because we didn't have those plans in place to see the next, you know, I wouldn't say generation, but we didn't have that plan in place to kind of see some of these things through. I mean, would we be having this discussion about the water treatment plant if we really had that strong, structured plan in place for the staff to follow throughout the years? So it's just kind of something to consider. I obviously recommend going through a process like that and tying that strictly to your budget, being able to develop performance measures that can capture the data to show that you're moving in the path of that plan. And that's just where I am, and I'd like to just propose that and see how you feel about it. So I think Commissioner Boylston might want to speak.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of in line with the mayor on this. We have always Delray, we have our master plan, then we have the Congress plan and the Vision 2020 plan, and then the West Atlantic. I mean, we just have, a lot of plans. But what I think would be beneficial if we're going to put our energy towards something is every year we don't really seem to have like a set cadence in regards to goal setting. When should that be? Every year we're just trying to like fit it in, and we always wish we would have done it 2 months before we did, and then the budget workshop, and maybe there should have been a public meeting always a few weeks before the goal setting, and maybe there should be a public meeting after we set the budget or in between the 2 budget meetings, and then throw in the 2 town hall meetings that should always happen in June and February or whatever it is. I would just like a set calendar for all commission and staff, and then you guys can work your internal meetings backwards from there, right? What you need to do to make sure that we're always having our first budget meeting in this month, right? That's what I would like to see, because we have so many of these these plans, these visions.
Right, and here's another interesting thing, because when I was first elected in 2013, it was, I think, the next week we did our goal setting. And so you had 2 new members, maybe it was 3, I can't remember, all starting, and we had, or maybe it was just before the election. And it was like, it made no sense, because now all of a sudden you have a whole new body that wants to see things differently, or is seeing things differently. So that's one of the reasons why this thing has kind of jumped around. I think it's good to have it in this May-June timeframe, because if there's an election that year, you have your new board, you're sitting there, everybody's making the decision, instead of it all of a sudden just being handed down to you, and you're going, yeah, well, there's 3 of us here that don't want that. So I think that it's best right after the March elections, make sure that after March, but not, give it a little bit of time for somebody to get their feet on the ground, because again, we have newly electeds that are very, new to this. So anyway, so I agree with you, but if we made it like automatically, that's the first week in June, we just do it, I mean, that's just part of the deal. I'm with you on that. But last year was unusual. Again, we couldn't do it. And so this year, we're kind of like trying to catch up, and we didn't know when everything was going to open up. Let's not forget, we just opened, everything up to where we can actually all meet in larger groups. So we really didn't know in January, February, what was going to happen by, this period of time. Anyway.
Ms. Alvarez, may I? Just one of the things that I look at just from a strategic standpoint, this is a goal setting, but strategic planning is really looking at the big picture. And, if you look at Coke, or if you look at IBM, or you look at them, they always have a goal. They want to be the best at something. And I think what strategic planning does is it sets that example. And I think it's best told by a story. In 1963, President Kennedy went down to the Kennedy Space Center to visit the Kennedy Space Center. And as he was walking around the Space Center, he came across the janitor. He didn't know it was the janitor. He had his entourage with him, and he asked the janitor, he said, what do you do here? And most people would expect, I clean bath, whatever that thing. And the janitor's response is, I'm trying to put a man on the moon. And so that's the idea of strategic planning is, what is that thing that the city really, really wants to be? You know, they want to be the best community, beach city in the country, the state, whatever. And I think that's the difference between goal setting and strategic planning is, what is that? So every employee knows where we want to go, all the way down from the people working on the sanitation truck to the ICM to the directors. They want to know where the city wants to be in 5 years or 10 years. And that's strategic planning to me, and everybody knowing that. Been in a community where you actually had a card that said, here's our mission, here's our vision, and each employee would know exactly what they're working for. So when a budget amendment or something would come in front of the commission, if it wasn't something to achieve that strategic goal or that plan at the end, it wasn't entertained. So I think that's the difference between goal setting and strategic planning. Strategic planning is the big picture, and I get the idea of changing from commission to commission, but I don't know if a commission would really want to change being the best coastal city in the state of Florida. I think that's a viable goal for anybody. So that's just in my mind as far as that's concerned. So.
Well, the way that it was, presented here, it would be a year-long, process. I don't know what that entails. I mean, we can have a workshop and determine what we want to be, but I can tell you that could change the next time that you have something on your agenda. Even if it had the idea that that's how we were going, that we're going in the right strategic direction, there still may be 3 members on this board that don't see it that way and shoot it down. I'm just saying it's kind of the way that it works. Have you met us? I mean, anyway, I'm okay with exploring it a little bit further, but I'm not 100% behind it. I think that we have a lot of
We'll put that into
plans.
the continue the research and
There you go.
exploration category.
Perfect.
How's that?
There,
Okay.
perfect. All right, so we're now at the IT.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to cut my talk in half because half of it was trying to convince you that you need to up our game when it comes to technology.
We're already there.
We're already there. I mean, we have already talked about the big ticket items of online permitting and the ERP system and items like that. But there's other things that we can do, and it's more culture and priorities and image. And I'd like to see us become what government technology calls a top 10 digital cities. And
Sounds good to me.
just try to, get at some of your competitive spirit. 4 other Florida cities were in last year's top 10, so we can beat them. We can beat them.
Let's do it.
The first thing that I think we need to do in this category is get a mobile app, and Commissioner Casal, you were talking about that earlier. It's not a big ticket item. We're looking at maybe $35,000 a year for the service, and that would be citywide. Really, it would allow the public to request services, request information, allow us to push out information to anybody that has the app. And then it connects to a back-end system. And that back-end system would be a workflow system that city employees would respond to the request. And the public, which is what they don't get now, they get to see the progress. They get to see any updates that are made. They get to see when it's resolved. And you all have access, to that information. You can see the kind of calls that are coming in, the kind of requests that are coming in to your areas that you're responsible for. So you can use that data to bring up information to us to address any issues that you see happening. So it doesn't sound like you need a whole lot of convincing. It's not a CIP item like the other ones were. I've just kind of rolled that into my operating budget going into next fiscal year. So you'll see, that's one of the reasons for the little bit of budget increase you're going to see in IT. So, Duncan, anything you want to add to that? Because I know Duncan and I both in our previous workplaces have implemented systems like this and to much success.
I think
I
it
covered
ties. I think it ties perfectly in, though, to that policy objective that was on the previous related to citizen engagement. So,
I'm going to be frank with you. I mean, that is by far probably one of the best things to come out today, because I'm sitting here thinking to myself, if there is a place for people to be able to ask the questions they're asking me that I throw to, you know, Jennifer Alvarez or wherever, I mean, God bless you, is all I can say, because I just feel like I'm just, you know, constantly just this, I am the app, okay, right now. And so I'd like to just give you the ability to put that app out there somewhere else.
Okay.
And I think it would be great. And I also think that having the ability to be able to follow through and find out where that question, where it is in the process, again, it keeps our phones
Informed.
ringing less.
Yeah.
And the people are happier because they don't have to chase somebody down to figure something out.
Right.
That's exactly what we should be doing.
Thank you.
All right, great.
It's exciting.
There was one other item that came up, I guess, in the discussions, but Kateri and I were discussing it, and we weren't sure what the issue was. You know, the topic was just agenda management system. We have an agenda management system, and it is sort of the de facto standard. Most governments are using the one we're using. So I'm not sure if an ELT member brought that up or that came from the commission as a deficiency.
Not
No?
for me.
Okay.
I think you're doing well in that field there.
Check that off the
category.
list.
Thank you.
Great. Anything else?
That's it.
Any other questions? Any concerns that you have on cybersecurity? I mean, we keep seeing all these different companies being locked down and costing a lot. I know that you guys are testing us. I've got a couple of those, and I've actually passed the test. But anyway, is there anything more than we could be doing in order to be able to prevent that from happening in the city?
There's always more, yes. I would say that we are in fairly good shape. Over the past year, we have focused an awful lot on tightening our security. Sometimes that caused issues. People wouldn't receive emails. I think you were subjected to that once, or your emails going to
Yeah, somewhere else.
Ms. Alvarez didn't get through. Well, that's a consequence of us tightening up the security. And that's always the fine line. You got to find that sweet spot of tightening down the security, but you can still get work done.
Right.
So we're constantly tweaking that. Sometimes we're going to tighten it down too much, and sometimes not enough. I'm not sure if all the commission has started using two-factor authentication. Did anybody from IT get with you guys and utilize your phone as a secondary authentication?
I don't even use my phone for email. I just use the laptop.
Well,
Follow through with us.
we need to get that for you.
Follow through with us.
Because it's just too easy to get tricked into giving away your password. The smartest people in the world can get tricked, especially if it's a target attack. So we started implementing two-factor authentication throughout the city. It's going to take us a while, but I think you guys need to have it if we haven't done it for you. So what that would do is if you accidentally gave away your password, if someone tried to log in as you, which is what they do, you're going to notice. It'll say, this is you trying to log in, right? And you're not, it's not you. So you're not going to let them get in. So it sets up another barrier for people to get in without our knowledge. And we've been implementing what we call intrusion detection software that has artificial intelligence that looks for unusual activity on the network. So I don't want to talk too much about what we're doing.
Yeah, I get it.
Let's keep the bad guys in the dark.
You're getting your attorney over here a little nervous.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask a quick question. Know Before was a program that was put in before you came, as you were coming in. I don't remember. Can you tell us how many people have completed the training?
About 300 employees have completed the training, this latest one.
And I thank you for not calling us on the line. I've been trying, but it won't let me in, so.
Oh, you haven't
I'm
been?
going to get with your
Okay, all right.
technicians.
All right, so let's move on
Thank you.
to, back to, I believe it's
Outsourcing?
ICM Alvarez, right?
We have
You have another
a few
question.
minutes left, and maybe we can plow through this in 3 minutes, I'm not sure. again, this was one of those really broad statements in terms of what city services are best to insource or outsource. And so, again, this is me probing the commission, trying to understand the context of where, how that arose and what the thoughts were on that. I mean, we have a lot of folks at the table that probably have some input to give on that, but I was just wondering what that concern might be, or if there, anyone.
I wouldn't know what's better to insource or outsource. You would, you know what I'm
Certainly.
saying? So I don't know where that came from, and
So I think I see Commissioner Boylston probably wants to speak.
did you put that out there?
So, I don't know, but,
It's there now.
obviously I trust all of your, opinions in regards to your own departments. But, my feeling is if it's something that we do, but we just don't have enough people to do it, then you keep it in-house and you hire enough people to do that task. If it's something that we don't do, such as, developing an app, right, for our city, well, then of course you outsource that, or you go license technology for that. But when it comes to departments like, when it comes to like maintenance, I think there's some ownership there, and rather than outsourcing that. And I see so many big numbers on contracts we put out there, and I think of the jobs that we can create here and really take ownership of those important areas. So, that's my opinion. I'm not an outsource guy. I'm a hire and do it in-house person, unless it's something that you don't do or don't feel comfortable doing. That's my opinion.
I'd like to chime in. I agree with you, Commissioner. However, anytime you bring someone in, remember, we are at capacity, unless I'm wrong, chiefs. We don't have space, and sometimes we probably outsource because we can't hire because of your problem, Dwayne, with getting qualified people. We may not be paying enough, I don't know. But where are we going to put them if we hire them? So. Zoom. No.
I can just share my thoughts on the matter and probably wrap it up. But again, it's all very situational in nature. Some of the questions to ask are just what you mentioned, Commissioner Boylston. Is this something that we do on a regular basis that we need continuously? Other things to consider would be, is this a short-term type of thing, right? Are we looking at, I don't know, if we're about to embark on a massive capital program, but we know that's only a 10-year window, maybe we're going to hire somebody to manage that program for us, and then when the contract ends, we say goodbye and that's enough, right? So that's pretty much at least how I approach it. Same thing in other areas, because I do look at it from when we hire somebody, I'm looking at that as a 70-year type of hire, right? That is somebody that's on our pension for 70 years. That's somebody that, we have the benefits for 70 years, let's say. So I also look at it from the perspective of, what if we contracted it instead? Maybe we do pay more on the front end. We have to maybe understand that we're willing to pay a little bit more on the front end, but then when they're gone, when that contract ends, when that project's done, you're done, right? You don't have that pension responsibility. Can't speak, it's long, lingering on. So I just wanted to probe the commission. I'm glad we're having that talk, but that's how I approach it. And I don't know if anybody had something different, but, pay a little bit more up front is possible, something that we need to understand, but then say goodbye when it's all said and done. Or like you said, is this something that for the next 50 years, we know we're gonna have to mow those lawns, right?
May I just add something?
Yep.
When I first came on board, in my opinion, we were contracting our legal services. Our city attorney was contracted. And I, for one, could not understand it, because I remember Attorney Susan Ruby, who was excellent, and I just couldn't believe that something so delicate was being contracted. So I think it also has to do with the position and the service.
Well, in that situation, we had one after another legal, that didn't make the cut in it. I think we just shifted to go in a different direction to see how it would work. That didn't work out. We moved backwards. That's all that happened there. That was the only thing that happened.
And it's a perfect example of that hybrid approach, right? So we have the internal staff that we really need on a constant basis, but we also tap into those contractual outside counsel on an as-needed basis. So I think that's a great example.
Sometimes you don't know what's going to work until you try it, and then you realize, didn't work either.
And the important thing is to make sure you don't keep going. You say, halt, let's get back to.
So Joe, I think that we're out of time, and I guess we're going to continue on the next, tomorrow morning with picking up where we left off, and then I think everybody, if you guys can gather, we'll go take a picture.
Yes, this has been very productive work today. Excellent reports by the team.
Very good.
And superb analysis, questions, discussion today. Identified, confirmed a number of priorities on capital projects, policies, and programs. Got halfway through city government itself. We'll pick up with that tomorrow morning, Madam Mayor, finish off those last 5 or 6, and then get into what are the major action steps for each of the confirmed objectives in each of the 3 categories. Anybody have any questions? Once again, excellent work today, and we will now get together for the group picture.
All right, sounds good.
Outstanding.
Where do we,